I'm streaming now. You go around there and get your mummy to put your food. I know you're used to that. Go on, kitty. Be a good kitty. All right. Let's get this show on the road. How's it going, folks? How is everyone today? Hey, look. I said I had a legit reason. It's the missus's birthday this Friday, so I've been busy organizing that. And it's my daughter's birthday in 2 weeks' time. Well, just over 2 weeks' time. So I've been busy kind of double planning a birthday. Hot tub stream? Nah, that's for the members only. You gotta be a special kind of member for that. Man, I'm like, where do you want to go for your birthday? I want to go to the O2. Oh, maybe I want to go to this restaurant. Okay. Oh, but maybe we can go over here. Okay. Actually, I've changed my mind. I'll go over here. Okay. In fact, maybe... You know what? Just make up your mind and come and tell me. That's, I think that's legit the way to... legit the way to go. Just give her money and send her on her way. Yeah, I would, but she's 14 and I don't trust the streets of London. If it was my older son, I would do exactly that, but it's my daughter, and so there's no way on this planet that I'm going to trust my 14-year-old daughter on her own outside there at the O2 or anywhere like that. No sorry, Bob. So, I didn't watch the Nintendo Direct, so it's gonna be kind of fresh for me. So we're gonna check the Nintendo Direct out today. But I do know that Final Fantasy did land. Obviously, I found that out after my video went live, but I wasn't too far off. But hey, we'll definitely check out the Nintendo Direct today and talk about some stuff that's been going on. Hey, Leaf, you're the one that's late, not me. I'm actually on time. Yes.
Do you want me to stuff you left in the basket?
Not yet.
Okay.
I still need to add the motherboard to it, and I forgot to do it. I'll do it after the stream. But the cooler's in there. It's just a cooler in there, right? What did I add to the basket? Yeah.
Insurance.
Yeah.
And a cooler.
Yeah, so I need to add the motherboard and Arctic Silver. And then we can order. Sorry about that, chat. Sorry about that. Sorry. Stuff like media rehashing, no news is breaking news. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you mean. Would you perchance be talking about the Nvidia news? Is that what you're referring to? I mean, there's a good chance that you could be referring to the news in regards to Nvidia. In particular, to this one over here. Is this what you're referring to? Also, chat, what do you think? I look much nicer, right? Everyone's saying like this is all This is real, man. This is real. I know a game Chaos will be even more hyped for than Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth in that direct. Let's see. I'm not actually that hyped for Rebirth because I've got it. You know? What I am actually impressed. I am not going bald. God damn it. I get my kids abusing me with that. I don't need chat doing the same. That's what I like to see. Looking sharp. See? That's the type of common courtesy respect I like to see. We'll see when we watch it, Leaf. I've purposefully stayed away from everything with the Nintendo Direct. No. Let's not start with the baldness, okay? There is no bald. See? I've got hair. You can see hair, see? See? You can see hair. Hair. There is no bald. But apparently, according to the latest breaking news, the RTX 50 series Super Refresh is delayed. From my understanding, it was cancelled, and the RTX 60 series might miss 2027 with a limited supply of RAM available, which we kind of already knew. And Nvidia is reportedly prioritizing AI over gaming, which we already knew. So where is the breaking news about this? I don't know. Hey, look, bullets. Let's. Okay, just stop right there. That is not covering. Leave my hair alone. I have hair. I am not going bald. See, there is lots of hair here. Leave it alone. Chaos is not giving Asmon a run for his money, even though he has a lot of money. You guys are just mean. Here's me trying to give you guys great entertainment and news, and all you got. You should tell your genetics to. You embrace the bald? I do not embrace the bald. I have hair. And I am not embracing the bald. Because I don't need to embrace the bald. Chaos is giving Boomstick a run for his money. Is this literally going to be a whole stream about you guys talking about my amazing hair? There's nothing wrong with this hair. It's easy to manage. Let me see, is any of this even working? It is now, you.
I don't know.
Wonder if that worked. I did not bite so hard. I am not going bald. Never trust a bald barber. He has no respect for your hair. That's why the barber that cuts my hair has plenty of hair. I know this already. A grudge against you before you... Nord, these guys are saying you suck as a hairdresser. They are! You can cut come and read the comments. I ain't lying. Oh, you guys didn't expect that, did you? I've been embracing going bald and just let the barber cut. No. No, you can't change this around now, Ghosty. There's no escaping it. I'm sorry. Don't forget the sunscreen on your... Don't do it, man. Don't do it, man. Guys, don't. Have some mercy. Watch don't do that. No. Absolutely not. Anyway, let's stop talking about my hair and continue talking about the amazing news that the RTX 50 series has apparently been cancelled. Well, the Super series. Monster Hunter 3 Stories demo trial dropped today. It carries over to the full game. Oh, yes, see? Actual gaming news by someone that actually wants to talk about gaming news. Welcome, Devastator. You're a fresh air in a room filled of people that just want to mock me for a living. Mercy is for the weak. We don't accept the weak in this dojo. What do you mean, what hair? You can see the hair. So we got only one person with reason, and that is Devastator. Man. What do you mean? Assassin's Creed Shadows multiplayer got cancelled today. Oof. I guess Assassin's Creed Shadows didn't do as well as people thought. This is fun. You're not insulting my boldness. What's next? You're going to ask for a bold emote. I did not shave my own hair. I got a hairdresser who happens to be my partner to cut my hair. I ain't bald. When the light hits, like, fuck off. I shave my own head. It's easy. Good for you. The lighting makes you look bald. Devastator. Not you too. Not you. You are the one with reason in here. You don't need to come in and start insulting me first thing. And well, at least it's the second thing. These guys started as soon as I walked in. Well, is it all out of your systems now? Can we continue on? Have you got it all out? Is it done? Delays, price hikes, flops. Welcome to modern gaming. See? Void Rat comes in with a voice of reason. That's what I like to see. What is Nvidia doing besides AI? Absolutely nothing. They've just decided that they're going to give up on gaming entirely. But at Chaos Prime, everyone else is doing it. You see? Betrayal. That is the that is maximum betrayal. The game called. Check general chat. I don't even know if I want to do this. Yes, please. Sorry, I'm just responding to my son. By the way, I was planning on doing the community night tomorrow, but obviously it's my wife's birthday, so that's not going to happen. We're planning on doing the community night next Friday, so just a heads up. That's the current plan for community night. I said we were going to bring it back come February, so God damn, Steve. God damn it. So this is what he posted in Gen. Oh no, the Discord actually. Let me minimize Discord. When it maximizes, it turns things off. That's just mean. That is just mean. Or is it just a reflection? Let's. That's how you see me? Why did they think Horizon game is needed? Because they decided to cancel Factions. Factions was cancelled so that could live. Look, you do not see me that way. We have news to get through. You can get past my amazing hair now. We can swiftly move on, right? We still have a showcase to watch. Okay, we can now get cracking with the news. So if you're looking for... he says, what hair? What do you mean, what hair? Oh. My TV's still on for some reason. Okay, now it's off. You see, guys? Vanessa agrees that I have hair and is calling you guys delusional clowns for not seeing that I have hair. Aha! I had one person on my side. Oh, wait. They're retarded. Never mind. Well, at least you got a retard calling you lot delusional. It's got to count for something. Mr. Steve, a 24-hour will do just fine. Thank you. Yeah, at least I got to insult them before I left. As I don't listen to their opinion. That is what I... Wait. I just realized what you said there. That's not how this works.
You said you have no hair.
Chat is saying I've got no hair. They're saying I'm bald. They are saying that my head looks like this.
See? Where?
This.
The guy at the bottom.
Here. Where it's supposed to be shining off. You don't approve, right? Ah, you see? Don't you start laughing as well.
I didn't say anything.
But you're smirking.
Because you're smiling.
Yeah, see, Darren, the difference between Vanessa and what you were saying is that you don't come in here insulting people, telling people to shut up, calling people clowns. Right? You go on your escapade like you normally do, but you don't insult people. The moment I see people insulting, they're gone. It's fine if I insult them, though, after they've insulted people. Because I'm not going to let them do that to my chat. Devastator, I will start the Power World server when I go bald. And right now, I am not bald. Shut up! I ain't bald!
No one said you're bald.
He's got a great head of hair, see?
Exactly.
Every PlayStation fanboy needs to understand Sony is also a third-party publisher if it's letting... I mean, they release on PC, so they're third party. Let's end the story. Gorsty worships Manchester United, loves Sir Alex Ferguson, and wishes Liverpool were somewhere remotely close to the greatness that Manchester United is. In trophy count and everything. In fact, Gorsty's favourite player is probably someone like Eric Cantona, Mark Hughes, Steve Bruce, Paul Ince, Ryan Giggs. Should have started 12 months ago. Paw Patrol is better than Power World? Steve would know. What do you mean I'm going to start a Power World server soon then? Hey, Ghosty, your words, not mine. At the bottom, those are the ones that have... the ones at the bottom are members. Hey man, that flying kick was legendary. How's it going, Chille? Alright, so now that you guys have had your fill, we can get on with the main event, which is finally talking about this, because apparently this was known about 2 weeks ago. People are talking about it now, And it's a bit weird that they're talking about it now, considering it's been news for about 2 weeks, if I'm not mistaken. The RTX 60 series being delayed till like probably 2028 is probably a good thing. And so, if you want to invest in a graphics card right now, before the prices go up, might be a good opportunity. I'm kind of torn between right now, once I've got everything set up, between a 9070 XT and a 5080. The difference is about 500 quid, so, which is going to go up soon. So I kind of need to maybe make that choice sooner rather than later. And then that would really complete my PC. But yeah, if you've been waiting for the Super Series, don't. They're not happening. They're gone. At least for the time being. Yeah, that's what I thought, Steve. And I'm like way behind this. Get a 5090? I can't afford a 5090, man. But you can only play 2K, so no point in the 5080. Like I said, I hook it up to my TV as well. And my TV is 4K. So there's that. But I also have GeForce Now for that as well. So the 9070 might actually just be a better off card for me. That said, though, I was looking at some benches and it was the 9070 seems to be doing pretty good. Sell your car and buy the RTX 9090 Super Ti? Nah. If I do that, I'm better off just picking up a thing. A 6000 series. Hey, I didn't call you a closet mank. I just said you was a closet mank. You need to turn on Dolby Vision for PC. It's so nice on your TV. I have. I've got Dolby Vision on. And PC looks really nice on there. Like, really, really nice. What I was surprised, I saw some ultra-wide monitors today for like 250 quid. I know they wasn't IPS, so they're probably going to be a bit more. But when did ultra-wide screen get so cheap? Hey, Grey Manad, did you see that Epic wants the storefront? Yeah, I'm going to actually be talking about that because I found that really interesting. I've got a video out on it as well, so feel free to check that out after the stream. But I found that really odd. Hey, why so serious? I don't think Guerrilla Games made that Horizon game because it's not their art style. It's got their name all over it. I would save to get a 5090. I have one. Goes through games like butter. Hey Steve, what's your thoughts on the 5090? Just curious, since I know you love that card. So, have you guys heard of a game called Code Vein? I think it's Code Vein. What on earth happened to the animations? Is this real? Is this real? Just, this is Code Vein 1, and this is Code Vein 2. In my opinion, that's regression, right? Surely there is something wrong there, right? I'm not the only one seeing that there is something severely wrong with the one on the 2026 compared to... How can 2019 look better than 2026? I have. It's... I know, but spending $2,000 on a graphics card right now just seems counterproductive. Probably more now. And it's going to go up even more. I don't know. I've not played the games, but this is Code Vein 1 on the left, and this is Code Vein 2. 7 years apart in development. The one on the right looks, you know, look at them. Look at the arms and everything. It just looks so wrong. Almost looks like a man. I don't know. I found it really weird. I found it very, very weird. Where was the thing I wanted to look at? So here we go. So Epic wants to bring its store to the next-gen Xbox, says Epic VP. Now, obviously, Hazard's here talking about the Steam thing, and then
soulaccord 6486 celebrates 7 months of membership. Let's go.
I appreciate the 7 months of membership, my guy. Thank you very much. Let's update. Let's update that real quick. Knock that to 7. Not far from our goal now. People keep making these engagement-based slot posts about games being better 15 years ago. I mean, if you're looking at this picture, they looked better. You know? Where is that thing I'm looking for? Okay, here we go. But this really does sound like everything, you know, it looks like it's going to be a curated system. Not being a full access PC will help with piracy, security, jailbreak, and a plethora of other things people like me do with them. Of course. I think it's actually not going to be... I think in the back end it's going to be a full Windows, but you're not going to have access to it. You're only going to be given... Based on this, you're only going to be given access to what Microsoft wants you to access. And this is going to be how Microsoft makes money off the other launchers. If they want in on the next-gen Xbox, if they want their store there, they're going to have to pay a percentage of each sale to Microsoft. Do you remember how I was saying that and someone said that's never going to happen?
OW2, NVMOW2 is dead, let go ow. At Adidas 20 celebrates 19 months of membership.
Hey, thank you so much for the £2 super chat. Overwatch is dead, let's go Overwatch. Overwatch is dead, let's go Overwatch 2. Never mind, Overwatch 2 is dead, let's go Overwatch. Adidas, thank you so much for the 19 months membership. I appreciate you, buddy. Let's make that a number 8. Alright. How are you, Adidas? Long time no see, buddy. It's most likely full screen experience without being able to open. I mean, yes, that's what we're saying. It's gonna have like the skin on it, but there's gonna be no accessible way to get into Windows. So it does seem like this is going to be, as Steve said earlier in chat, and something I pretty much made a whole video on this release at 6 o'clock today. A curated version of Windows.
Long live Windows Vista lol.
No, 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 no. Not long live Vista. Vista died a very, very painful death, and it was deserved. Wait, was that Vista or Windows 8? No, Windows 8 was bad. Vista, I don't think it was too bad, but compatibility was horrible. That died real quick. Well, Surface is still available, but I do remember the Surface of Windows RT. That was the ARM Windows, right? I'm more likely to buy something from Epic Store if it's on the next gen, as opposed to now, or as opposed to other stores entirely. So all games you can currently access on your Xbox backwards. Yeah. I mean, that's the unique USP of the next generation Xbox, right, Navy? The fact that you can play your back catalog on there, your Series X and everything your Series X can play. I mean, the new narrative right now from the ponies is that the next generation Xbox won't play your Xbox games, despite the fact that it's already been established and said multiple times that it's going to play your current catalog, digital library in full on that machine. So, but the current narrative now stands that it's not, which is weird. I generally go, if a game is cheaper on Epic, I'll buy it on Epic. You know, to me, the launcher doesn't matter. What matters is the price. My wallet has my allegiance. Windows 12 is a bit of ways. Pennies are unhinged and living in denial. I mean, there's a bit of that. I still don't get why they keep talking about Xbox at this point, but it's a thing. Next Xbox will also have a built-in emulator that will allow you to play 360 titles on audio using developer mode. I'm not sure about that. They don't have the license to allow that. You know, the reason why we can't play all 360 games is primarily a big factor because of Nvidia. They wanted a licensing fee because it's using their codecs, and Microsoft said no. And so a bunch of games not working is because of Nvidia. But whatever backwards compatibility games that your Series X can play, the new Xbox Magnus will play as well. Wait, you buy games on Epic? Most people would just... yeah, I've bought a few games on Epic. It just depends if the price is cheaper. If they give me a good deal, I'll buy. I've got no allegiance to any PC launcher. There's nothing wrong with the Epic launcher. You press the button, it launches the game you play. What more do you want? You sent me a DM? What is this? If you've got the basic one, sell that one and get the X, I would say. But if you're getting the Ally, then the basic one, then don't. I don't have a problem with the Epic Launcher at all. People just love Steam a lot. If XFCE will be on all PC, why buy an Xbox Magnus that will be different if it's the same thing? It's not the same thing, Taylor. The Xbox Magnus will allow you to play all your Series X games that you've bought digitally. Now, whether it'll have a disc drive or not is unknown. We don't know that. If it will, then it'll play those games as well. But anything that I buy right now on my Series X will be playable on the Magnus natively. It will have a semi-custom SoC that enables this, and that's going to be, at least for the time being, only on the Xbox Magnus. That's not going to be available on the standard motherboards out there. So it is going to provide you with more in terms of, hardware. And based on what we're seeing here from what Hazardor is saying, it looks like it's not going to be a full open blown out Windows. It's going to be a curated experience where companies are going to have to work with Microsoft in order to get their launcher on the UI for you to be able to access them. Again, I kind of go into this in a lot more detail in my video. Feel free to check that out on my channel. But yeah, it's quite interesting. Let me just respond to this. All right. I still play with or without achievements. I don't care for achievements at all. Like, I literally don't care for achievements. I haven't really thought about it yet, Gorsty. I'm gonna have a think over the next few days. We've got the popular ones like Day by Daylight. We've got Among Us, which is cool. We can get more people involved. I might even be able to get Minnie involved in that as well because he likes it. It really depends on how many people turn up. Normally we have about 10 people turning up, so it's a lot easier, and half of them don't want to really join in, they just want to watch. And so having four players, 5-player games is fine. But if we get more people joining, then it changes up. So we'll see. Human full flat. You crazy. But yeah, this was actually interesting. Now, Jess Corden is still saying that it's a PC and you can install anything. But this doesn't tell me that it's a PC anymore. This tells me that it's going to be a curated custom experience that is Windows at heart, but the end user won't have access to it. So all of the updates and stuff, you won't be accessing Windows to do it. Now, what that means for Steam and other things like that, and how you can go in and to the Steam store, or eventually, as Epic wants a piece of this as well, the Epic store, who knows? But one thing is for certain, regardless of where you buy your games, all those games are going to appear in one list. And as a user, you won't have to go into Steam to launch it. You won't have to go into Epic. It will all be launched on the FSE. A bit like that, yeah. I mean, currently right now, we have this. Let me show you. This is the new cloud interface, which I think looks really nice. And I suspect that... I'm just waiting for it to load. The end user experience is going to look very similar to this. Okay, that's why I wanted to wait, because it's asking for personal info. Right. Oh, this has taken an awfully long time. Alright, let me So this is currently the cloud new user interface that they've got set up for it. And it looks really nice. And I suspect it's going to be something like this. You'll probably have like a Steam icon here, an Epic icon here, or like a separate section for launchers that you'll be able to go into in like maybe a embed screen or something, or an embed window or some, you know, something along the lines. Or maybe you'll be able to switch between like multiple desktops like you can on the Xbox LIX. I'm not sure, but I suspect you're going to have something like that. That's what makes sense to me. But this tells me that you're not going into Windows. So my dream of having, you know, the family sit around as we launch, you know, Excel Xbox Edition that's going to be exclusive to Xbox is a dream that's long gone. I had dreams of Word, but they are dashing away. Heatwave, we're going to check out the Nintendo Direct. I haven't actually watched anything of the Direct. I've seen a couple of tweets for Final Fantasy VII, and that's it. I've kind of wanted to stay away from it because I wanted to see it myself. So we're going to actually watch it in a really short while. So I haven't seen anything, personally. There are reports surfacing using NVIDIA using Intel 70 series and having dual chips, essentially 2 GPUs in one. One that powers ray tracing, etc., and one powers the game. That is cool. But that's the 7 series. We haven't even got to the 6 yet. So what you're talking about, like 2032. Heatwave, if this is what Microsoft is doing, I suspect they're going to get a bit more than 70%. Because this is no longer saying that it is a open platform of Windows. This is saying it's a curated experience, and for those launchers to be put onto the Xbox OS or the Windows OS or whatever this OS is going to be, this custom OS on top of Windows, is going to need Microsoft's permission. Something like that. So it might be that they just take 5% off the top. At the end of the day, making something is better than making nothing, right? Making something is better than making nothing. And those users on the next generation Xbox who don't have a PC are going to spend £0 or $0 on the Epic Game Store on a PC they don't have. However, going through the Xbox platform, if the Epic Store is there, and let's say Microsoft says, all right, I'll take 5% out of that 12%, Epic now makes 7% when they were making 0%. 7% is better than 0%. Just give everyone an Epic Store. There's nothing wrong with Epic Store, man. Come on. There's nothing wrong with it. It's fast. It boots up so quick. I don't understand why people hate it so much. I opened the app. It boots up quicker than any launcher I have. Any launcher. You know, it launches faster than GOG. It launches faster than Uplay. It launches faster than Steam. I'll go into a game. The games boot up faster. Like, I don't understand what's wrong with it. These Steve is right. Like, it's really quick as a launcher. I'll never understand the hate that it gets. Heard they're working on a PC quick resume feature. I mean, they've got it working on the Xbox Ally X, so it's kind of working already. I can have multiple games running on the Xbox Ally X, and I can switch between them. Now, obviously, you need... I've only done it with a main title and a small indie title, but it works. It's not perfect, but it works. I love watching people having meltdowns. Well, it's a good thing you wasn't here earlier, Soul. It's a good thing you wasn't here earlier. Because definitely not me having a meltdown earlier. Nuh-uh, not me. But yeah, so this is going to be interesting in my opinion. I think it's going to... this one tweet here, this one quote, really has thrown the spanner in the works on what people believed the next generation Xbox was going to be and what it might actually be. Because this statement here, to me at least, changes the complete dynamics of what this console is going to be. And it looks like at the heart of it, it is still going to be a console and not a PC. It's just going to be able to play PC games and have launches that Microsoft allows on there through partnerships and agreements. Did the Steam console get delayed again? Steam machine delayed. Valve changed Steam Machine's release from early 2026 to first half of 2026. Interesting. You know what it is, right? They just cannot decide on a price. They can't decide on a price. They can't get it down. They know if they make it too expensive, it's dead on arrival. And if they make it, well, obviously, yeah, that's it. They need to get the pricing right for this thing. It's completely custom built. It's in a console form factor. It's pretty weak in terms of performance. So anything above 4,500, at least here in the UK, and this machine is dead. Well, no, early 2026 means first 3 months. First half is the first 6 months. Yeah, that's why I said 400 or 500 in between there. So, anything else above that, and it's dead on arrival. There's just only the diehards will buy it, but at that point, it's just not worth it. You're better off saving up and just buying your own machine. And running things better yourself. Even though I'd be excited for it already, believe it is dead on arrival as it is only available in the Steam store. Well, they're not trying to market this thing as mass market, are they? They just want a foot in the market. That's it. Yeah, Hitwave. The PS5 base and the Series X is more powerful than this machine, which is already telling. So we can see Starfield dropping on the PS5 in April. That's a very distinct possibility, Brandon. I ain't touching it. Can't play COD. Hey man, I completed COD campaign, and I did not get any £4 discount. They gave me the middle finger. I'm telling you, man, Microsoft just does not like me. You know it's bad when PlayStation offer me Xbox games as a creator and Xbox don't. You know it's bad when their rival is offering me Xbox games before the actual corporation. Just saying. Sup, Talos? I think my ROG Extreme could probably come pretty close to the Steam machine. The ROG X1 was actually a really good machine for its time. I know that one of the really good ones is the Lenovo, but that is really expensive. I don't know how much it is in the US, but I think it's like $1,300 here in the UK. $1,200, $1,300 for the Z2 with, I think, 32 gigs of RAM. It's really powerful. Got an 8-inch, I think, OLED screen. But that one is really good. That's the one I was originally going to go for. But it was above the price I was willing to pay for a handheld. Had a long discussion and decided against letting you have the... I know! I wouldn't put it past you. I would not put it past you. But I think as compensation, you should just send me a 9070 XT. I feel like that's fair compensation. But yeah, this doesn't surprise me at all, because right now, Valve is working head and tails to try and get the price down. But in my opinion, Valve is in a really strong position to be able to subsidize. All they get, it launches with the Steam OS, so you're immediately directed to the Steam launcher. The average person is not going to use Proton to install the other launchers. They just won't know how to and won't care to. They're going to buy this and play Steam games on there. That's it. So they'll make the money back. So I don't understand, outside of, corporate greed, why Steam is deciding to go the other way. The more people that buy a Steam machine, more people are going to be in their ecosystem to buy their games. It's really that simple. So they'll make their money back. That's the base model. You don't want the base model. You want the top end model. It has more RAM and everything. Hey, Steve, you should send it to me then. I'll put it to good use. I'll play Solitaire twice. I'll give it 100% more usage. Do you know what? I'll be generous and give it 300% more usage. I'll play Solitaire more. The average person wasn't buying PS3s to make supercomputers either, but it was enough of a problem that Sony stopped allowing other OS. That's wrong, Vital. Other OS was on PlayStation for tax benefits. And if it's not a console and it's a PC, you actually get a tax benefit from that. So they try to kind of circumvent the tax system by putting other OS on there so it can be seen as a personal computer. The problem is, though, people started hacking the PS3 through other OS, and they were getting close to, getting into the hardware level hacking like they've done with the PS5 right now. The moment they realized that, they got rid of it instantly. It wasn't worth the hassle. And they were getting constantly called up and questioned over why it has other OS when there's no real functionality for it. It was looking shady, so they just removed it. You ain't got skill for Solitaire. Mate, us Turks, we're masters at Solitaire. Literally, go to any coffee shop in Turkey, you see them playing Solitaire. Or some form of card game. We're the kings of it, mate. Ah, you're enjoying it. That's awesome, man. I was playing it. I think I got quite far in it. I don't know why I stopped, but I think I just got bored of it. Right now, Steam's actually making me buy more third-party games on my Switch 2, waiting for this Steam machine. Switch 2. Have you... There's no stopping the hackers? I mean, eventually they got around to hacking the PS3, but no one cares now. But yeah, there is no stopping them. They actually did a good job, to be fair, with the PS5 and the Series X. The Series hasn't been hacked yet. But it wasn't until like recently where I think Sony just screwed up with one of their updates or something, and they allowed them hardware level access. That was dumb. And once you gain hardware level access and they decode those keys, it's game over. You know, there's no coming back from that. Now, no matter what they do, it's done because they've hacked it at a hardware level. So any of the newer machines that are out there that has that hardware configuration will indefinitely be hackable. Sony can play whack-a-mole with it, but it's just circumventing the software and it's done again. The only real way to do it now is by introducing a new model that closes the exploit, which will then increase the prices of the old PS5s that are going to be exploitable with custom firmware. Man, don't you remember the PS2? There used to be a mod chip called the Messiah. You had to solder 52 wires in order to get it to work. 52 wires you had to solder. That's mental, man. And I'm not talking about this was on the fat PS2, the original one. You had to solder 52 wires on that bloody tiny little spider mod chip to get it working. People will do anything. Absolutely anything to be able to pirate. But for those that are actually trying to hack it, it's more the thrill of hacking it rather than actually hacking it. They don't care about the piracy side. They just care about the thrill of being able to do it. That's great discounts on third-party games. Hey, all I know is I'm trying to buy Xenoblade, I think it is. I'm haggling with someone on eBay at the moment. I'm on my final offer. I think I'm going to make them an offer of £29.50. I'm going to go pretty. I do remember Game Shark. I don't remember that. I do remember PS1 where all you needed was a matchstick and the spring, right? You can actually get you could get a spring on the PS1, the little white one. There were so many ways. I mean, with the PS1, with the PSX, you could just keep the button down so the drive is spinning, and as soon as you boot it up and the PlayStation logo came on, if you was fast enough, you can take the disc out and put the other one in, and it gets past the boot protection, and you could run it. The good old days of console modding and stuff. It was almost way more interesting. It was way more interesting to actually be able to do it than the actual playing of the games. I've always been interested in that sort of thing. I do love tinkering with stuff, like getting things working and seeing what it can do and how powerful it is and what's capable. And then once you've done that, it's like, oh, I'm bored now. Anyone else like that? Where you spend so much just tinkering everything, it's perfect, and then the actual thing that you've done, you never use it again? Yeah, I remember Game Genie. Had a bunch of Russian games for PS1 and a matchstick. Miss those days. I gave up hacking back on the Commodore 64 days. Why? That was the easiest. Just get a double-decker tape recorder and play it on one side and press record on the other. Job done. I mean, that was the easiest. Just literally had to copy the tape. Not that I know anything. I would have done anything like that, of course. You know, not that I would have done it. Not that thing. Diablo was the first to hack the abacus. Oh, Jesus. I know, I broke EA security keys for discs. The Verge on 2026 for Xbox. Halo campaign evolved as a summer 2026 release. New Starfield update, most likely landing with the release on PlayStation 5 in April. Gears E-Day, second half of 2026, that's going to go to 2027. Fallout Remaster is in development. I can see that dropping this year potentially. A new Xbox controller apparently is planned for this year and more. So, yeah. But hey, folks, let's check out this Nintendo presentation. Let's see what it's all about. Like I said, I haven't seen it. And I'm going to stop this. Alright. I'm guessing this is all the countdown. Man, there's one guy in chat right now who is absolutely appreciating this light mode. One guy, and one guy only. One guy is totally appreciating this light mode. It's the same guy that wants to see... You know what, I'm just going to play. Let me know what the sound is like. Steve does, apparently. He says he likes it. I think he's a damn weirdo. Anyone that likes light mode is weird. And ain't no one gonna ever change me from that. There's no sound? What do you mean there's no sound? Are you serious there's no sound? No, you guys are right. There's no sound. How weird. Did I screw something up? Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to figure out why. It should have audio. Let's see now.
15 years later.
All right, we've got audio. All right, let's start from the beginning.
Peggy 18.
Is the audio better now? Hey, look, man, we got to make a living here, right, Steve? I got to be a bit amateuristic, so you guys can start dishing out some super chats and stuff to help me make production better. Sympathy super chats. If it's perfect, then no one cares.
A research station was suddenly struck by a cosmic storm. 15 years later, its survivors are living peacefully. But
I like the animation.
another cosmic
Animated
storm is coming up
seems
fast.
proper old school. Proper like 80s anime.
Maki and Omura, two young explorers, must now brave galactic dangers and save all that's left of their home. Teamwork is key in this two-player co-op adventure.
Isn't this already available on Xbox?
You'll need a few tools to survive. The scraphook grabs and moves platforms so you can carve a path forward. The liquid launcher blasts water to activate mechanisms and cool down scorching surfaces.
Dark mode forever.
And the beam cannon fires a stream of super hot heat to destroy obstacles, open doors, and more.
Dark mode forever.
Use
Hey,
the
so
tools
thank you for the
together,
£2
and
super
you
chat.
might discover unexpected solutions to puzzles. While exploring, you can encounter strange life forms, or opt for a detour and take a little travel break. Game share is supported, so two players can adventure together locally or online with one copy of the game. Can these two brave explorers save
This
their
looks
home?
kind of cool. I like the art style.
Launches exclusively on Nintendo Switch 2 this summer.
No, I guess it wasn't available on Xbox. It's exclusive.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to today's Nintendo Direct Partner Showcase. In this presentation, we'll be
Everyone
focusing on
has
games
dark
from
mode
our
except
publishing
Steve.
and development partners coming to Nintendo
So
Switch
that game
2
definitely
and
is one I'm
Nintendo
interested in.
Switch. What you just saw was Orbitals, launching exclusively on
It looks
Nintendo
cool,
Switch
man.
2 this summer.
The animation is amazing.
This intergalactic co-op puzzle adventure. Okay,
It's so retro.
Let's take a look at some upcoming Nintendo Switch games.
Oh, I bought that game I tried out the other day, by the way. Weird is weird, Leaf. Don't question weird. But yeah, I bought that Wicked Seed. You prefer light as well, Woodpit? I told you, weird attracts
In the
weird.
waters of Issei Bay, on an island where legends of mermaids have been passed down, a tale of mysteries and curses stirs. The latest Paranormacite mystery adventure is coming to Nintendo Switch. The story follows Yuza Minakuchi, a boy who works as a pearl diver.
You know what,
One
Vital?
day,
I was gonna say
gathering on the
that,
seafloor,
but I didn't want to
he
offend any
encounters
Gundam
another
fans.
version of
But the
himself.
0079 anime, it looked exactly
This
like that.
phenomenon is just the beginning. Soon, other strange incidents begin to plague the island. A girl with no memories, strangers searching for treasure, and a housewife investigating victims of drowning. Speaking to those involved is a natural part of the investigation.
That is true.
But you'll
Why are you
also
bringing up my
search
boldness
deep
now?
into
I ain't bold!
Issei Bay. As each of their motives intertwine, the story
That's
connects to
the
mermaid
spirit
legends
soul.
told centuries ago.
That's what I like to hear. You got any questions on Weirwa? I'm your guy.
Paranormacite, The Mermaid's Curse, launches on Nintendo Switch.
I know most
February
things about
19th.
all the waifus in there.
Pre-orders begin later
Any
today
stat you want to know?
on Nintendo
I'm your
eShop.
guy.
Battle for World Glory. A new Captain Tsubasa game is kicking its way onto Nintendo Switch. Choose from a roster of over 110 characters.
I'm surprised they keep making these
representing
games.
22 teams.
The deluxe
Score with
edition on this
powerful
right now is
shots
so
from the
cheap.
original work, as well
It
as
keeps
new
going down
graphics
to
special
£5.
moves that give passes, blocks, dribbles, and tackles a boost. Go on the
It looks
offensive
crazy,
against
but-
elite competitors as you aim for victory.
I don't know. I guess it has to have its fans.
Sensational football action. when Captain
No,
Tsubasa
Bullets,
2
you stop.
World Fighters launches on Nintendo Switch this year.
No, I don't need no Rogaine. I'm
Next
good.
up are games heading to Nintendo Switch 2, including some games that will also be available on
No,
Nintendo Switch.
Soul, you can stop right there.
Life or death fight for survival begins. It was a normal day until a cave-in befell the city of Tokyo. As the dust settles, our protagonist, Anne, discovers an underground world deep
You do not
below the
disagree.
metropolis.
This looks
She's not
cool.
alone.
Hey,
Creatures
Dino
called
Crisis.
Xeno populate the unknown expanse. If you're found by a Xeno, it's game over.
That looked terrible. It missed her completely.
Fighting is not an option, so quick thinking and decision making are vital to your survival.
Look, it's got a waifu, so it has potential.
And find the
You know,
best
it's
route
getting
to
all
make
the
your
right
escape.
angles. Just look at it, man. It's got the right angles in everything that's going on there.
Activate traps in each area to lure and ensnare any stalking Xeno.
You see, stalking. We don't need stalkers in this game.
And by using GameShare, up to 4 players can share controls, including Anne's movement and camera adjustments.
Yeah, you guys think I'm crazy and gonna give you guys access to this? I am making it past the tutorial.
Is key to making it out alive.
You guys mental. We'll be stuck on the tutorial 7 weeks in.
Survive the subterranean depths in Tokyo Scramble, launching exclusively on Nintendo Switch 2, February 11th. Pre-orders begin later today on Nintendo eShop.
One switch per lip.
Awaken your Viking spirit.
Oh my.
Battle, build,
Yeah,
and
you would be
conquer
stuck
in
without.
this
No, I
massive
would
survival
not.
Game. How you go about it is entirely up to you.
Steve just spinning the camera.
You can start by gathering materials around the woods.
No, Soul, it would not be awesome.
Fashion a bow
Tokyo is in
and
chaos
arrows
once again.
To hunt wildlife and prepare meals. With an axe, you can
Yes,
chop trees
Vince,
to
it
build
is
a
in
house.
me. I
Yikes,
agree.
Don't get hit by falling trees.
0 out of
Build
10.
pillars. Install beams.
0 out of 10.
Construct walls.
Man, this is so interesting. Like,
Even add a
why do
fireplace.
people find this
Now
interesting?
you're
This
safe,
is so
even in
crap.
the cold. Wait, is this ventilated? Don't forget the chimney too.
My guy died for
Upgrading your
nothing.
crafting Stations, you can make items of higher quality.
No one
And
wants
once
this.
you've built a ship, set sail on the high seas to reach new lands.
Move on. No one
And
is
create
interested
even
in
more
building.
strongholds. Plus, up to 10 players online can explore this vast world together.
It ain't worth it. Look at this. Oh, riveting gameplay, right?
Now, go
A bunch of
forth
dudes
and
in a hot
survive
bath.
in Valheim, launching on Nintendo Switch 2 this year. Find your way forward in these games. Return to the kingdom of Hollow Nest and fight back the infection in this upgraded modern classic. Dodge, dash, and slash through this 2D action adventure platformer, now with enhanced visuals and improved frame rates on Nintendo Switch 2. Equip charms to enhance your abilities and deal magic damage using upgradable spells while exploring the vast interconnected map. Descend into a world of insects and heroes when Hollow Knight Nintendo Switch 2 Edition launches on Nintendo Switch 2 later today.
Not
Nintendo
interested.
Switch 2 players who have Hollow Knight on Nintendo Switch can upgrade to the Nintendo Switch 2 Edition for free with the upgrade pack.
So far, there's been one game I'm interested in. That Zandu one wasn't bad.
Reborn from Pro Evolution Soccer is coming to Nintendo Switch 2. Build out your club.
Man, PES
sign
used to be
legendary
so good,
players,
man.
And compete in tournaments around the globe in World Tour mode. Join an exciting competition where national teams face off.
But yeah,
every
Sol,
4
I'd love
years
to
in
hear
an
what your thoughts are on
international tournament. Or
Woowa
play with
once you've
friends
played it a
locally
little bit more.
or online to prove who's at the top of their game. Experience the excitement of football and aim to be the best in the world when eFootball Kickoff
Do I have a Switch?
launches
Of
on
course, I bought
Nintendo
one day
Switch
one.
2 this
I've used
summer.
it twice. Maybe 3 times.
Travel through 4 ages in a brand new HD 2D action
Ooh,
RPG.
this is good.
Explore the age of safekeeping, the hero Elliot's own time. The age of reconstruction, when humans
Age
newly
of
went extinct.
Reconstruction.
The age of magic, a time
Age of
when
magic.
spells flourished. And the age of budding, the birth of human civilization. In each age, the scenery and citizens of Elliot's hometown will change. You can also obtain some weapons and magic unique to certain time periods. A story spanning time will soon begin. The Adventures of
You see?
Elliot, The Millennium Tales, launches
Switch
on
2.
Nintendo Switch 2, June 18th. Have a blast
I just
with
barely
Super
use it.
Bomberman games from the Super NES era. Play the first Super Bomberman through to the culmination of the series, Super Bomberman 5. including
You know, I'm
titles
so disappointed.
previously
I had
unreleased
Bomberman R and
worldwide.
my cartridge is lost.
The Famicom versions of
We seem to have
Bomberman
lost
and
it while I was
Bomberman
moving.
2 are also included. Plus, there's a brand new boss rush mode, as well as game share support. Super Bomberman Collection launches on Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch later today.
Hey, tell us, we don't talk about that, right?
The unknown journey continues.
Big!
The second entry in the Final Fantasy VII Remake series is coming to Nintendo Switch 2.
He's alive.
In pursuit of his arch nemesis Sephiroth, Cloud Strife and his comrades escape the city of Midgar and embark on a journey across the vast world.
I really need to play
Traverse
this.
the planet on chocobos, wheelies, in a buggy, or other modes of transportation. Team up with allies in battles, blending action and strategy. If you'd like to focus on the story, there's also a boost function to make combat easier.
9999 damage. Let's go.
Activities scattered across the world, allowing you to take a break from
But
the
I want the
action.
boost function, so I just kill everything in one
As
hit.
you interact with your allies, their affinity toward you will grow and impact how the story unfolds.
What a tune, man. What a
What fate
tune!
awaits Cloud and his crew in their pursuit of Sephiroth? Final Fantasy VII Rebirth launches on Nintendo Switch 2, June 3rd.
Do you know what?
Pre-orders begin
This
later
confirms
today on
that the
Nintendo
third game
eShop.
is going day and date to PlayStation, Xbox, and Switch. And nothing is going to change my mind from that. The third game is going day and date to all multi-platform. There's going to be no
While
exclusivity
investigating a lunar
on that.
research station, an injury befalls spacefarer Hugh Williams. With him is Diana, an android called a Pragmata.
There you are.
I am so looking forward to this game.
Classified as unauthorized intruders, the two are targeted by the station AI, which sends enemy bots after them.
This game looks so good. Do you know what? I'll say this, right? People are constantly crapping on the Switch, but visually,
These bots
it's
have near
actually quite
impenetrable
impressive
armor,
in what they're doing.
but with
This
Diana's
looks
hacking
really
skills,
impressive
they can
for a
break
Switch.
down their defenses.
Initiating hack.
What the heck was that?
By moving the cursor through panels towards the green goal, you can hack the enemy bots.
There's no time to explain. Shoot now.
Tell us in. I know in reality we
Points are
all care about
exposed,
Final Fantasy
fire
games.
away.
I hacked it.
Depending on the nodes you pass through, you can modify the damage and effects of a hack. Each split-second decision can change the outcome of battle.
Energy levels.
What truths will the two find in this
Hey, look, I am
AI-controlled
not that
lunar
way
station?
inclined. I do not use Chille or any other character like that that's a lolly in any of my gacha games. I only use big titty women characters.
Yeah, baby.
Waifus only.
This is how we say.
Vince, just look up Cantarella and you'll understand. Or Cheng Li.
And what will Diana learn on this journey?
Hey, Calandros. Just in
Launches on
time.
Nintendo Switch 2, April 24th.
Waifu for life,
Will
right?
be available later today on Nintendo eShop.
It is Leaf, so this is game free.
We hope you're looking forward to
Although I'll
fast-paced
buy that
combat
on
and
another
exploration
platform, not the
with a
Switch.
unique combination of hacking and shooting. Let's continue with more headlines. Journey to the Lost Lands. Become a legendary Turok warrior in this intergalactic action shooter. To stop an alien threat from destroying all human life, you'll journey solo or with a team of warriors online and battle all sorts of primal creatures in ferocious combat.
See, this just looks boring to me.
First-person and third-person perspectives as you unleash
I don't know
weapons,
why, but
melee
this just
attacks,
looks
and
really
special
boring.
abilities to devastate foes. Extract DNA from fallen
Wait,
enemies in the environment
She's
to upgrade your
pullable soon?
arsenal, evolve your
No,
weapons,
man, don't.
and
My
unlock
phones
even
can't deal
more
with it.
abilities called echo syncs to gain a greater edge in combat. As you venture across breathtaking worlds, you'll unravel the mysteries that ultimately hold the key to saving humanity.
Maybe it's going to be good.
Turok
I don't know, it just looks
Origins
boring to me.
launches on Nintendo Switch 2 this autumn. Uncover the truth of Xanadu.
You know, I always
In
wanted to
Japan,
play the
where
Xanadu
Kyoto is the
series.
capital, another world exists that's encroaching on our own. A
They were
world of
weird. They
monsters
kind of
roam
reminded
free.
me a bit like Persona.
A
but
boy named
I know
Ray
they're
must
different.
Use his newly awakened powers against the threat as he joins Hirasaka Academy, a school for gifted students. The academy's goal? Conquer Xanadu, the great labyrinth rumored to be the origin of this other world. While traversing the labyrinth, hone your abilities and reshape
Huh?
the terrain to expand the range of your exploration.
Did they really make this 2D?
Take on dangerous enemies in 3D action RPG combat. Use your powers to overcome foes. Outside the labyrinth, improve your stats. And spend time
This
with
is
your
so
friends
weird.
as you prepare to conquer Xanadu. The battle between man and monster begins.
They got such
Discover the
cool
truth.
3D animated characters and they sacrifice all. I mean, look, they had Mornier over there.
Launches on Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch.
If it launches at a
this
decent
summer.
price, I might check it out.
Check out these anime-style games. It's time to evolve in the latest Digimon story game. One
Nah, I'm not
day,
interested
a
in this.
powerful blast causes the world to collapse and sends you 8 years into the past. With over 450 Digimon to collect, adventure through the human world and digital world to save the future.
Still a good waifu though.
And on Nintendo Switch 2, you can select Quality Mode, playing in 4K at 30 frames per second, or Performance Mode, playing in full HD at 60 frames per second. Digimon Story Time Stranger launches on Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch.
It's
July
15
10th.
minutes to go.
Pre-orders begin later today. On
Looks like it
Nintendo
was half
eShop.
an hour.
An adventure set high in the sky.
It was
is
about
soaring in.
33 minutes.
Form your
33,
party
35
from a
minutes.
roster of over 20 characters, each with their own fighting style. Channel the power of teamwork and summon.
What's the
mighty
difference
primal
between
beasts
this
to
version and the
vanquish
PlayStation
enemies.
version?
You can
Or
also
PC
team
version?
up in local or online multiplayer.
Yeah, PS5 blows. This is the Nintendo
Grand Blue
Direct.
Fantasy Relink Endless Ragnarok launches on Nintendo Switch 2, July 9th. The latest Monster Hunter Stories game is flying in. Your monster allies, called Monsties,
Enjoy,
can learn
Soul.
special
And,
abilities
yeah,
through a
keep me
ceremony
informed,
called
dude.
The Rite of Channeling. Raise your monsties as you travel the world.
But is it the same game? Just
The lands
more
lie
content,
on
or
the
is it a
brink of
different game?
disaster. Monsters are on the verge of extinction, and the riders trying to save the world will have to contend with an
Have fun
even
working, dude,
greater
and thanks for the
threat.
super chats. I appreciate it.
Monster Hunter Stories 3: Twisted Reflection.
Susanna will be happy about
Nintendo
this.
Switch 2, March 13th. A demo will be available later today on Nintendo eShop. Save data can be transferred to the full game.
Nice.
New titles are joining
Ooh,
the
Arcade Archives. Let's go. Let's go. This is the Rave Racer.
Rave Racer.
Yeah.
In 1995, speeds into the Arcade
This-
Archives 2
I'm
lineup.
buying this.
Aim for first place.
This
in a
is so
race
cool.
against Your rivals. And get ready for a new line of home console titles.
You know, Ridge
Console
Racer was the
Archives
first
is on the
game I
way.
bought on my Switch too.
Doraemon.
Nah, I'm not buying this. Nah, you're good, man. Buy Doraemon. You can do what you want. You're not touching my Switch.
Sonic Wings Special.
Yeah, Sonic Wings. Okay. We can do this. We'll do this. I like. No, I don't like.
Released over time.
Nah, you're
The
good.
first wave of console archives titles
I remember
includes
playing
Cool
this.
Borders,
I ain't buying it, but I remember playing it.
Ninja Gaiden 2: The Dark Sword of Chaos.
Nah, I'm not buying this either.
These titles will be available on Nintendo Switch 2 later today.
Hey, where's my Sonic Wings? Oh, Tales of Arise I saw there. Scott Pilgrim. Wait, wasn't this already available? That's surprising. Another Eden Begins. Nah, you're good. Reanimal's going to be big, but I'm going to get it on Xbox or PC. I am just not buying this. I've never been interested in wrestling. Well, that's a lie. Star Trek Voyager? No. No. I had such high hopes for that, and then it went away. This is Soul's game. He loves this. I see him playing it all the time. More golf. No, thank you. I'll accept again. No, thank you. Goat Simulator? No. No. Tales of Arise. This is big, but I've already got it on Xbox. Eggbot?
We found another body. I need your eyes on the crime scene.
When a string of mysterious deaths occurs across America, FBI analyst Grace Ashcroft is captured by the suspect while investigating.
Come on, that looks
the
really
case.
cool for a Switch. Like, say what you will. Graphically, it looks pretty impressive.
In her attempt to escape, Grace comes up against
Oh, man.
unknown threats. A limited supply of healing items and ammunition are at her disposal. Will she confront the threats head on, or save her ammo? for
It
the
would
next
tell us,
encounter?
but Sony won't allow it. Sony won't
For
make
Grace,
anything
impending
Sunset
doom is
Overdrive.
always close at hand.
because it means they have to make it for Xbox.
Meanwhile, another
And they
agent
will
working
never
for an
release a first-party game
anti-bioterrorism
that's single player on
organization is
Xbox.
also on the case. Leon
Huh?
S. Kennedy.
Remote.
6 survivors of Raccoon
With his
There
physical
you go.
prowess, Leon can parry an opponent's attack, then strike to break the stunned opponent's stance in close quarters combat. He can fire from a distance using handguns and rifles.
And that definitely was not my aim.
Use an enemy's weapon against them.
My aim was
Leon
way
has a
better than that.
varied arsenal of attacks at his disposal.
Man, this dude
game
is
features
pretty
both
trash. Who's playing?
third-person and first-person camera perspectives, and you can change your perspective at any time. There are multiple difficulty options available, including a mode for less experienced players.
See, Calandros
Features
agrees.
aim assist.
All right, that's
God
more like
grants
it.
a
Aim
shield
assist.
to escape unprecedented terrors, and Leon, who relies on strength to carve his own path. What will they discover when their fates intertwine? Resident Evil Requiem launches on Nintendo Switch 2, February 22nd.
Definitely, Steve.
Pre-orders are available
His skill level
now
is nowhere
on
near mine.
Nintendo eShop. Resident Evil 7 Biohazard and Resident Evil Village will also be available the same day. Horror-filled excitement awaits, whether you play these games or Resident Evil Requiem first. Plus, a Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller featuring original art is releasing alongside the games. Amiibo figures of Grace and Leon will also be available
I don't think
this summer.
Microsoft
You can
owns the
scan
license to
receive
Sunset
new
Overdrive anymore,
weapon skins.
or the IP.
Resident Evil Requiem, the latest entry in the Resident Evil series, is launching later this month. You can also look forward
And
to
the
a
contract
creator's
stipulates
voice
that
video
if
featuring a member
Insomniac
of the
make
Resident Evil
the
Requiem
next two
development team.
games that
The video
Insomniac
will
make
release in the near future.
in the Sunset universe,
Next is our last
has to be on
announcement.
Xbox.
Hey everybody, from all of us here at Bethesda Game Studios. If you're like us, Nintendo has meant so much to you from your early days of gaming to now. It was incredible for us to partner on the original Switch.
All right, how many games are they re-releasing?
And also so personal when you play. We're
Are they
excited
doing a
to
new
finally
Skyrim?
bring a number of our franchises for the first time to Nintendo. We hope
First
you all
time.
enjoy the journey.
First
Vault
time.
Dwellers, welcome home. Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition is emerging on Nintendo Switch 2.
Shut up.
Avenge, shoot, build, and
Is that
create
for real?
alliances as you
Fallout
reshape
4
the
was never
wasteland
released on Nintendo
and
Switch.
what
I don't
remains of
believe it.
civilization.
They re-released that game a million times and not
Fancy
once
yourself a
on the
smooth
Switch.
talker, or pining to pump up your power armor. Choose from hundreds of perks that fit your playstyle. Every road leads somewhere
The
new.
gore is probably
From the
censored
heart
out,
of Diamond
Calandros.
City to the
Nintendo
shadowy
doesn't
corners of
like
forgotten
that sort of thing.
vaults. The Commonwealth is packed with stories waiting to be uncovered. In addition to the base game, experience 6 official expansions and over 150 Creation Club items to expand your adventure. Grab your Pip-Boy and traverse the wasteland in Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition, launching on Nintendo
Really? This was
Switch
never
2,
released on
February
Switch?
24th. Pre-orders begin later today on Nintendo eShop. The year is 1937. Sinister forces are on the hunt for an ancient power, and only one person can stop them.
Watch me.
My game of the year.
Globe-trotting cinematic adventure in Indiana Jones and the
Okay,
Great
you can
Circle,
see the drop
set
in
between
quality.
the events of Raiders of the Lost Ark
I'm
and
not
The Last
surprised, but I'm
Crusade.
still impressed that
Bring
they're
you a
actually
journey
getting this
around
out.
the world to uncover the mystery behind
But
the
you can
Great
definitely
Circle.
see the
From the pyramids of Giza to the sunken temples of Sukhothai
the
and
softer
beyond.
textures.
Use
But
your
still,
wits
this
to
is
infiltrate
impressive.
Historic areas and solve fiendish puzzles. Or use your whip to face off against dangerous foes and explore a world full of daring escapes and unforgettable encounters. Adventure calls when Indiana Jones and the Great Circle launches on Nintendo Switch 2, May 12th. Pre-orders begin later today on Nintendo eShop.
Insane.
Explore the vast landscape of Cyrodiil in the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion Remastered. Experience this renowned open-world RPG, now on a Nintendo console for the first time. Freely customize your character to match
don't
your
know.
playstyle. Then adventure amongst an unforgettable
I'll have a
cast of
look.
characters.
By the grace of the gods, I serve Tambriel as her ruler.
and fight back the Daedra to close shut the jaws of oblivion. Master ranged or melee weapons, wield powerful magic, or use stealth skills to best your foes. In this remastered version, character models, weapons, even rocks and sweet rolls have all been meticulously recreated. Combat animations have also been updated to give them a modernized touch. Plus, the Shivering Isles and Knights of the Nine expansions are included alongside the main story to take your adventure even further. Step through the gates.
I don't actually know.
When The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered launches on Nintendo Switch 2 this year.
Maybe 64 gig?
We hope you're excited for these games from Bethesda Softworks.
No, it's got more than that.
That's all for today's Nintendo Direct Partner Showcase.
Is that it?
Thank you for watching.
That Nintendo Direct wasn't bad at all. So we've got, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 110, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 256. It started getting down to literally zero numbers at that point. So 256 formatted, it's probably going to give you about 230 something. So yeah. But man, I actually thought it actually had what is it? A Nintendo Fallout 4 already. Orbitals look sick. I told you, man, the Orbitals was really good. I don't know, this seemed like a pretty decent Direct when you think about it. You know, Orbitals look good. Paranormal, not so much. No one cares about Captain Tsubasa. Tokyo Scramble could be interesting. No one cares about Valheim. No one cares about Hollow Knight, eFootball. Elliot could be really cool. I like the demo. Super Bomberman could be fun, but Jesus, that's retro. Rebirth was a big one. Pragmata is another big one. Turok for those fans out there. I don't know how I feel about Kyoto Zandao. Digimon is not for me. Monster Hunter Stories could be fun, but it's available everywhere. The Arcade Archives was cool with Rave Racer. Nope for wrestling. Resident Evil Requiem took a huge slot. And obviously the Bethesda games, we've got them everywhere. Anyway, I think it was a solid showing. I think it was a really, really good showing. I think it was a solid B+. In order to get onto that A, it probably would have needed, say, like a Mario or a Zelda. It's really depressing about Metroid, right? Metroid kind of got screwed hard. That game did not do well at all. I don't think we're ever going to see another Metroid in a long time. That game just did not sell. No one really... It barely broke 1 million sales. I don't even think it's broken 1 million sales yet. The dungeon game? Which one was that? The Xanadu one? I think that was the one that you were talking about, right? Not Pragmaton, not that. This one. Yeah, I know, Heatwave. No one really goes through it, goes to them anymore, though. Yeah, no, I get it. It's third party, so it's a partner showcase. But I guess if we're looking at it as a partner showcase only, without the first party games, I think this was really good. I mean, I could even put this at an A-. It was a really good showing. It had something for everyone. Whether you're a Monster Hunter fan, an RPG fan, a racing fan, a platform fan, you know, a Metroidvania fan. It had something for everyone, which is really cool. I'm just surprised this game is 2D. You've got such cool 3D effects, and they're going to make it 2D. People hyped it to death, and it wasn't what they expected. I know, but you have to buy it to see if it's not what you expect, right? People normally would have pre-ordered that like crazy. Like, let them announce, I don't know. Let them announce a Mario or a Zelda. People won't care what it is. They're just going to pre-order it and buy it as soon as they can. It didn't even do well in pre-orders. I'll wait. Rebirth goes for pre-sale on Xbox. I think you can actually pre-order it now. I'm surprised Forza Horizon didn't make its way over to Switch. Maybe the Switch doesn't like... Switch gamers don't like racing games? I don't know. I mean, what you're watching right now is the beginning of the presentation. I'm just leaving it there as B-roll for now while we talk about it. Huh. I think Forza is really... The tech in the Forza engine is super scalable. So they could get that running at 60 FPS. No problem on the Switch. It is super scalable. So that would be 60 FPS even on the Switch too. I don't see Nintendo doing a Switch 2 Pro. I just see them making DLSS on there better. One purchase by mistake. Do you know what? I've been watching the TV series of Fallout Season 2. I'm on episode 7 now. And it has really got... You know, people say that it doesn't work. But watching the series, it's got me in the mood to play Fallout. And I know I'm going to play it for like 4 or 5 hours and put it back down again. But it really just gets you in the mood. They really do need to do more adaptations. It does work. It does work. Yeah, it's available for pre-order at a discount right now. I mean, looking at the way Resident Evil looked, that was still impressive, man. I mean, let's not forget this thing. Look how slim it is. I mean, you can't see it. It's that slim. It is super slim. It's not, you know, the size of my Xbox Ally X. Look at the difference between the two sizes. Can you even see them? Like, the size difference is crazy. In terms of thickness of what it's got in there. For what it is, it's a pretty damn, you know, visually, they're doing great work with it. So buy the Gabs 24. Game Pass is full of shovelware. Every store has shovelware. Every store has shovelware, man. It's people just hate Xbox. It's just a thing. I don't get it. I'm never gonna get it. You know, this amount of hatred that people have. And the worst part is most people just lie about it as well because it gets views. I'm seeing a lot of Xbox creators at the moment that just put in the title now, Xbox is dead, just for the algorithm so people can click on it. They don't even mean it. It's just like trying to mislead people and mislead the algorithm to push it out more, because the algorithm right now, if you put Xbox is dead, will push it out to more people. It's just a thing, man. You can't avoid shovelware. Now, what's sad is people buying those shovelware just to boost their achievements and trophies up. And there are people that do that. Now, that's sad. I don't care what you say. That to me, that is sad. Show me a store that isn't full of shovelware. Nintendo eShop. No, I'm just joking. That's probably the worst. What I was trying to show you is Switch 2 version of the Rebirth comes with Zack Fair exclusive promo card. Only inside that box. I know! That's the only reason I actually want to buy Rebirth on the Switch 2. Because I think that's the only place you can get that card. I want it. I want it. And they know that there are people like me out there that's going to want it. God damn. Space Marine 2 is shovelware? Absolutely. They use a shovel, right? To get rid of the corpses. They did, Steve, but they're still adding more. But, you know, I've seen so many people on, like, I don't want to name names because reasons, but someone who is like really high gung-ho into PlayStation that you'll see on social media, they say they've played all these games, but if you go through their profile, you see nothing but just shovelware games that they've 100%ed for the achievements. It's so sad. What do you mean, get some help? Look, waifus and Final Fantasy. That is all I need. Thick thighs save lives. That is just a thing. What do you mean, Devin? I said I'm not naming any names. Crap Gamer does that? That wasn't who I was thinking of, or who I was referring to, but I didn't know he does that. To me, it's sad. I mean, I think the whole achievement hunting is sad, to be fair. Unless you're one of these people that are, you know, up there with the maximum, trying to be, you know, you're in the top 5 of achievements or trophies in the world, and you're trying to maintain that for clout and, you know, opportunities that can come your way. Like that guy for PlayStation, he was number 1. I think he platinumed every single PS4 game, and so Sony sent him a free PS5. Was it worth that time effort for the PS5? No, but at the end of the day, it got him recognition, it got him some media coverage, and people now know about him. I don't know who he is, but if I see him, I'll recognize the name. But he has media coverage now. But if you're not anywhere near like the top 5 in the world, what are you even doing? Just getting a platinum and wasting time? I didn't say it, Ghosty. I did not say it. You said it, not me. Achievements trophies should be banned. They single-handedly ruin gaming. You know when trophies and achievements, well, when achievements first came out, it was literally a case of progressing through the game, and when you complete the game, it basically said, hey, here's 1,000 points, you've completed the game. And then it changed to adding all sorts of weird challenges. Now it's about, hey, you see that enemy over there? Yeah. You need to go kill it 10,000 times for 5 achievement points. Yeah, let's go, boys. 10,000 times for that 5 achievement points. You finish the game and you're looking at your achievements and you're like, I've only killed it 300 times. Yeah, but you got to kill it 10,000 times. And then you see people just sitting outside like a dungeon or something and killing the same enemy over and over. And then they come back and go, oh, mate, I just platinumed this game. And then the rest of the people are like, you're a fucking loser. That's what it is. So sad. I will never change my opinion on achievements and trophies. I think they are just a way to keep you trapped in a game for no reason whatsoever. Unless you're in the top 5 in the world, it's a waste of time. Isn't a gamer, he just plays... I mean, that guy hates PC like there's no tomorrow, man. I have no idea why he hates PC so much. Yeah, Heatwave, he platinumed every PS4 game. And when he put it on social media, so, you know, credit to Sony, they actually recognized his achievement. I respect that. They sent him a free PS5 with like a care package and stuff, you know, tailor-made for him. With his with his PlayStation handle and stuff. It's really cool. Like, you know, Sony went above and beyond for it. And I respect that. You know, he did something that was unique. No one's done it. And Sony rewarded that dedication. And I respect that. But unless you're doing something like that and kind of, you know, doing something special about it, like, why does anyone care about achievements? I was thinking more multiplayer, trying to win a match, and there's some prick going for 509 kills in a 10 game. That happens too, right? But how do you think Marathon's going to be? The thing with Marathon is that you're going to start off with a... This is the one thing about Marathon, and I'm not just going into Marathon just for the sake of it, because I do hope the game does well. For Bungie, anyway. So no negativity from me. But you go in with a randos of 3 people, you're splitting up straight away because you've all got different objectives to do. Your objectives are not the same. Each person has individual objectives that could be in 3 separate corners of the map. That's like no different to these achievements. Trying to get 500 knife kills in a tank. Yeah, if what I get naturally playing is it. I don't go out of my way, and I will never go out of my way. That's not true entirely. Indiana Jones, I did go out of my way. I went out of my way to find an apple. I was missing one. I really enjoyed Indiana Jones, and I didn't want it to finish. Unfortunately, that apple was the only one that I was missing, and so I went hunting for an apple in Rome. I eventually found one. I got the apple, threw it at the enemy, got my achievement, and then I left. And then I was sad because I had nothing left to play on that game. The avatars for Xbox were really cool. I don't know why they got rid of those. Children don't care about them. 100%, man. 100%. That's exactly what I'm talking about. When they pop up on Steam, I'm playing through a game, it sounds, but I'm not going to sit and do tedious shite for a little sound and pop up on my screen. Yeah, but nowadays, you know, the saying is, but if you don't have like 1 million gamer score, then, you know, or 500 trophies, then you're not a gamer. I don't know, man. Because I put hundreds of hours into the game and played it multiple times, but that is one of a small number of games I 100%ed. Yeah, same here. Vince, you know, in Rome, you know, in the courtyard where you've got all like the central area where you've got the restricted area as well. I think it's in that direction. If you go towards the right, there's a door that leads up to the top, and you've got those two people looking at the paintings. Before you go in that door, if you look directly behind you, there's a tent. Inside that tent, there is an apple in there. You can pick one up from there and just throw it at someone. The only other place that you can get it is when you fight the giant, the first one that you see before you jump on the plane to fly off. There's an apple on the desk that you can pick up and throw, and that's where you're supposed to get the achievement. But there is one in the main area in the Vatican area, so you can do it there as well. That's where I did mine. When you have the right uniform, game gets easier. Yeah, but you kind of have to work for that uniform, find that uniform. You don't just get it handed to you. Man, this Kyoto Xanadu is probably one of my most... Is it this one? Why is this 2D, man? Everything about this looks 3D. And then they disappoint me with the 2D. I swear the last Xanadu that was released was 3D on PlayStation. Just feels like they decided to go lazy on this one. Tokyo Xanadu was 3D? Yeah, that's what I thought. The Indiana Jones DLC was cut content. And nothing is going to change my mind on that. They just didn't know how to put that side quest into the story for it to make sense. And so they put it as DLC. That's it. Nothing is going to change my mind on that. The game should have just been 3D. There was no reason for it to be 2D, Leaf. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just they went the easier route. But yeah, nothing's going to change my mind on that Heatwave. Like, I love the Indiana Jones game. Through and through. It was my game of the year. But the DLC was cut content. It was content that they literally did not know how to tie into the main story. And obviously, you going and fighting a giant, you know, as the final boss, just it would have made the story not make as much sense. So they left it as DLC. So you finish the main story, you see the giants, and now you're going to defeat one, essentially. I mean, considering it was about the giants and you saw no giants, that's something else as well. I am very much DLC. Achievements also used to be actual achievements, like in Ghost Recon. You had to get number 1 in the world leaderboards in PvP. Now it's just about the game. Here's 100. It's just prolonging you playing. Need to move away from LS games? Live service, okay. With these new consoles, it's hard to go back to blocks and pixel games. I disagree. I still play older games. I don't have a problem with them as long as they're good. Just pre-ordered Rebirth on Xbox. Technically, I already beat Remake on PS4. Nice. No, Grey Manad. Not really. You can tell if something's being cut content as opposed to something being, you know, thought out as a proper expansion content. No. Let's not get the baldness involved again with this. There is no balding going on. I am perfectly fine with the hair I've got. I have plenty of hair, you can see. There is nothing wrong with my baldness. I've got no baldness. Damn, man. The Venom game will be cut content from Spider-Man 2. That's already confirmed. They already had those lines and stuff recorded and ready for Spider-Man 2. In fact, with Spider-Man 2, it was already in their trailers. And they took it out for DLC. So that's already confirmed cut content. I'm just going to grab something that I wanted to show you guys. Oh. You can go there. You can come here. So I'm going to have a video hopefully this weekend. I know I said I was going to have last weekend. But this is the new console that's just recently came out. It's by Gamey. It is Lightgun Gaming, brought to you. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna get this all up and running. It won't be tomorrow. It's definitely gonna be on Saturday now that I'm gonna have some time, and then probably have a video for this on the weekend. But it's pretty cool that they're bringing Lightgun Gaming back to modern TVs, and they're selling them all in these little console packages that are standalone. Do look out for that once I get it up and posted. Gifted you what? I assume they're available on Switch 1 as well, right? Spoodercube? With Spider-Man 2, I found the last third of the game to be good. But the opening was good. The middle was kind of really bland. And it was all busybody stuff and kind of boring. And then the final third, which was like a boss rush of back-to-back bosses before you got to the final one. And then, I don't know, the final boss kind of was a bit lame. But I can't even remember the final boss, to be honest with you. I thought that was fine, but it was the middle part of the game that I feel let Spider-Man down. Then I can't tell you, Brain Studler. It should have been on both, to be fair. What the hell are you talking about, haircut? Press Shift F. Leave. Look, I'm not bald. There's no baldness going on. So what do you guys think of the Take-Two information about 138 million Gen 9 consoles? Look, stop it. Stop it. Mag asks Insomniac devs, is Spider-Man coming to Xbox? And they just laugh. The devs won't say yes or no anyway. But I do not believe that single-player games will go to Xbox. I just don't see it. You're like one of those cats who... Nothing more speculative. There's no way they'd know unless the info was public, and it isn't in the Microsoft case. Because one thing that we do know is that Take-Two does not count the Switch 2 as 9th gen. It doesn't factor into the GTA sales. And looking at the December 2024, they had 107 million. Let me show you. So, in December 2024, they had 107 million. Now, if the Switch 2, if the original Switch was inclusive in this, then that would have been like 200 and something million. But no one really ever includes the Switch in the 9th gen debate, even when we're talking about how many consoles sold with the console industry growing or shrinking or stagnating. Nintendo is never factored into it. So these numbers are only including the Xbox and PlayStation franchises, consoles. So this is still only talking about Xbox and PlayStation, and with 90 odd million being... Well, about 90 million being on PlayStation. Now, they do factor into this with, broken consoles. They do factor into console replacements as well. So, it's interesting. I know it's speculative, but it is interesting. But Take-Two doesn't include the Nintendo Switch. I know Nibs is going to try his best to say it does, but it doesn't. Yeah, it's estimate. They even put the around 138. They're not saying it's 138 million. But the word outstanding is, like I said in my video, if you've seen it, it's business jargon for those that are out in the market. And, it equates for broken down consoles that are replaced, consoles that are sent in for replacement, a new one is sent out on both sides. So this all equates to all of that. This kind of puts all those numbers into it as well. Vince, I do too. At the end of the day, these estimates can't be too far off because these are basically going to their investors, right? So they're not going to lie to their investors. It could be 3 or 4 million off, but it's not going to be 30 million off. I don't know. I thought it was really interesting. Maybe they are selling more than we know. And NPD just isn't reporting the correct figures. Look at Gacha revenue. That's a website that basically totals the amount of revenue that the gacha games are making and puts them in a hierarchy list. And for example, with Wuthering Waves, gacha revenue said that they made 150 million, I think, in revenue. something like that last year, when it actually turned out that they revealed they made 600-700 million when their financials came out. So it could be something similar to that. You know, I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it isn't. We don't know where they got their information from. I'm just saying it does raise questions. Really quick question for Woowa in your DM. What's up? Oh, apparently they are releasing a brand new controller. Interesting. Give me a few and I will... Oh, no, that's your birthday. You're not picking them. You can just invite someone to give you a nice message. So today's your birthday? So? Happy birthday. Happy birthday, dude. Yeah, it's a birthday thing, so they just send you a message. It doesn't make sense. Y'all say Sony shipped 80 million with sell-through at 60 million. That would mean Xbox is at... Hey, I don't know. Sony counts shipped as sold, right? And Sony say they've shipped 92.7 million now. Just think gen discussion is dumb at this point with the random releases and how long or not plus Pro Control consoles coming out lately. Pro technically another console compared to the PS5 cause PSSR. Still plays the same games though, right? The PS5 Pro is still considered Gen 9. It is, yeah. Happy not your birthdays. Every day is another day you've been alive. Counts. I bet you counts as hypes for the Pokemon. Nope. Nope. But anything to stop you talking about something else will bring hype. But yeah, Xbox is reportedly releasing a brand new controller revision in 2026. I wonder what it's going to be. Maybe it's going to be the cloud controller. That would be kind of cool. They did say that they were working... Well, in the leaked FTC documents, there was supposed to be a cloud revision version of the console controller, right? That would actually be cool. Yeah, well, they've patented a touch controller. Alright, so Sony have made 2 Horizon multiplayer game announcements. One is for mobile, and one is only releasing for PC and PS5. Can you guess if this is the PC version, PC, PS5, or mobile? Drifting again. So this is mobile. This, as you saw there, is mobile. And this... MPG is so happy. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the one PlayStation is getting. Remember, the mobile one is not landing on this one. Is not landing on PlayStation. Right? Wait, you're not even seeing it. This one is not landing on PlayStation. This one is landing on PlayStation. Which one looks like a mobile game to you?
Work together, win together.
I'd be pissed. Step into the world of Horizon Hunters Gathering, a new co-op action game from Guerrilla, coming to PC. So this is what Guerrilla have been working on for a while.
Machines. They're getting deadlier. We need a team. The last line of defense. The greatest hunters in the land.
What was that multiplayer Monster Hunter clone game that people used to play and it died because they did one bad update? There was a game. It reminds me of that so much. What was the game called? It started with a D, I think. I don't think they're gonna... You think they're gonna scrap it, Heatwave? Oh, there was a game that came out and it kind of did well until they decided to change the way monetization worked on it. No, it wasn't... Not Diablo. It was a Monster Hunter style game. Let me see if I can find it. It was a Monster Hunter clone, really. Dauntless, that's the one. Let me see if I can get the trailer for that up. And tell me what's the difference. Maybe there's a big difference. I don't remember. But that's what it reminded me of. Alright, here we go.
The behemoth threat looms from beyond the horizon.
So this is what it reminded me of.
Each of us.
Am I crazy? It just looks like they took Dauntless
our own path.
and just decided that they're going to rip it off.
Whatever it is you seek, every hunt offers the chance to earn glory, trophies, or at least a battle scar.
Now it's playing.
Ramsgate, an outpost at the edge of the world, has become our home. And as long as we draw breath, it will not fall.
I am crazy. This doesn't look like the same game.
We have learned to turn the behemoth's unique, lethal power back against them. And we do it in style. The behemoths are changing, evolving. And so we forge new bonds, together, one hunt at a time. Live on the edge of every moment, Slayer. Live for the hunt.
So you got that. And then you got this.
Machines. They're getting deadlier. We need a team.
And then they turned around and said, hey, we appreciate everything you're doing, but we're not going to give you this one, which looks actually pretty damn good. This actually looks pretty cool. But this is a mobile game. This ain't even coming to PC at the moment. I mean, I'm hoping it does come to PC. I'll definitely check it out on PC. I don't do mobile, playing on mobile. And look. The frozen screen is because, right? The frozen screen is because I forgot to hit play. But this looks pretty cool, right? Like, this is apparently only on mobile. I'm kind of hoping they make a PC client for this as well. I would definitely check this one out on PC. I just can't play on mobile phones. I can't do it. And look, there is no frozen screen. I can see it. You know what? BlueStacks just, never works for me. Maybe when I rebuild my PC and upgrade everything, it will work. But it just always has problems with mine. I am using the other one right now, which works better, Mimo, which is NSoft's own one, I believe, and that works really well. But there's just a stark difference. Like, why didn't Sony petition to have this one on their platform? Like, I don't even understand. And you've got that guy now, Steve, you know, the one that blocked you, the Aguilera guy, or whatever his name is. Now he's saying that this, don't worry that this is going to come to PlayStation, when there's been no announcement. If I was Sony, I would be petitioning to make sure this comes. I don't know, I just think it's crazy. Is it available on Mac, maybe? No. He's an idiot. Ah, you knew who I was talking about. Hey, look, we don't. Yeah, you can talk about my fat thumbs, all right? That's fine. We can keep the conversation there. No need to take it anywhere else. Pragmata, as you saw, the demo launches today on PS5, Xbox Series, and Switch 2. It's been available on PC for a while. That's where we tried it first when I was streaming some time ago after, I think, the Future Game Show or something. Or was it the Game of the Year Awards? Something like that. This is really cool. I recommend you try it out if you haven't tried it already. The battle system kind of takes a little bit of getting used to, but there's a really solid, fun game underneath it. Demo launches today. It's about 15 minutes, the demo, give or take. You could space it out to maybe 20 minutes on your first run. But after that, you can kind of speed run it for a high score. And probably get down to about 6-7 minutes, depending on how fast you can kill the boss. And get through everything. But it's a really fun demo. And worth checking out. No, we don't talk about, we don't bald shame in this stream, right? No talking about baldness. Self-professed insider and that guy is pretty special though. Can't you play on deck using an Android emulator? The Android emulators aren't great. I've tried them. They're not great. I installed it and the Android emulator on there is pretty poor. Did you miss the first 15, 20 minutes of the stream? Wait. What are you talking about? Gaming, you stop. No, you don't need to talk about that. I missed everything. Look. There's no... Look. There is... I have hair. I even have a beard. You don't need to... Yeah, you can... You know, there are other people that are actually bald. You can go mock them. I have hair. I'm not going bald. The light is fine. I am not going bald. No, it's Pragmata is really weird. Let me see if I can get like a quick demo of the game up of someone playing it. It's really cool gameplay, but the battle system is what it's really about. That's the real uniqueness about it. So, can you see that grid box? Oh, let me bring it up again. That grid box. So when you kind of target an enemy, this grid box appears, and you've got to move the cursor around to kind of go through the stuff, create a trail, and avoid the ones that will kind of have negative status effects, and get to the green, and then it kind of gives you power-ups, status effects, and all sorts of things that allow you to do way more damage. If you don't do those and just go straight to the green, or like you're doing that, he's already powered up, so he can do a lot more damage. But the combat system is what's really unique about this, but in terms of the actual game and mechanics and graphical fidelity, it's just really good. Like I said, it's a really small demo that you can play, and it's worth checking out. No. Look. See? Luxurious hair. You see? That's what I'm talking about. That's the type of support. You know what? I take back what I said, Woodbit. You are not weird like that other guy. You know, the one directly below you that's actually trying to say insults. Yeah, we're not like that guy. The first Descendant. As part of the Season 3 Episode 3 update, we are expanding our Xbox Game Pass support, delivering exclusive in-game benefits that let Game Pass subscribers enjoy the first Descendant in style. Now, this game has also gone on to the Xbox PC app as well, for those that want to get it from there, so they can make use of the benefits. So it's now become Play Anywhere. And you get these free cool stuff. Boosters in XP and stuff, weapon skins and back attachments. If you've got Game Pass, it's a nice little benefit for you. Look, it ain't true. There's nothing about it that's true. Alright, so there's a rumor that's been going around that Starfield to launch on PS5 in April 2026. So they've been going with 2024, January to December, 25, January to December, and now 26. They've started in January, where now they're going to April. At some point, they're going to have to get this right. But when this launches, the new update will launch with it. And so those of you that are waiting for the Starfield update, the 2.0 launch, will hopefully finally get it in April. Or they're going to be wrong again, and they'll probably say June, July, and then they might be wrong again, and then they'll change it to September or a month later. Basically, they've been going month by month for the past 2 years, so at some point, someone has to get this right. It's a good game, Ahmed. Saros drops in April. I think the two games are vastly different. Saros is pretty much like Returnal, and they have a different market-based, you know, a user appeal. So I don't think in terms of, you know, kind of market share, in terms of the people interested in either game, they're going to conflict, even if it lands in April. I just think Saros... Well, Returnal was a good game. It's one of my favorite PS5 games, to be fair. But I just think that the two games are so vastly different and appeal to vastly different audiences that both of them can release around the same time and it won't impact it. Not so much an overhaul. They've just done some quality of life updates and fixes. Some stuff that are going to benefit. Some stuff that I don't personally think were needed, but time will tell. And when it doesn't launch on April, then it will be September. I saw a tweet earlier today that basically listed every single month that someone said it was coming, that they heard a rumor for. And I swear it literally went through the whole of 24 and 25. It was crazy. Yeah, I don't expect Saros to have big sales, but I also don't think Saros is going to have a high budget for a game. I think the budget for Saros will be like 50, 60 million. So, as long as they make a return on investment, I think that's good enough for them. And that's what you want, right? You want to make a profit. As long as you make a profit, it doesn't matter. And I think they'll make their profit. I think, you know, it'll potentially sell more than Returnal, maybe, or maybe less than Returnal, since it is essentially just a sequel. But time will tell. I think it's going to be niche. Which is why I think, personally, they should have released Saros on PlayStation and PC at the same time. But PlayStation being PlayStation is PlayStation. PC will be where it sells. It's not coming PC day one, though. Yeah, so I just think there are certain games that just need to be... Look, Saros is not a console seller, right? Sony is interested in games that are going to be console sellers. Games like Wolverine are going to be a console seller. Blade is a console seller. Gears of War, E-Day for me, potentially is a console seller. But Saros is not a console seller. Indiana Jones is a great game, but not a console seller in my eyes. And those that really aren't a console seller, that aren't really going to move the needle, I mean, maybe Indiana Jones could be a little bit, but not really. I mean, Hi-Fi Rush definitely wouldn't be. I think they should just go to PC day one. You maximize the sales, you maximize the reach, you get more money coming in to work on bigger investments, bigger games that will be console sellers for the platform. But by restricting it, you're killing the hype of a day one release. You know, the general rule of thumb is, if it doesn't come out day and date, you're killing the hype. Ghost of Tsushima was a great game, but the sales didn't reflect that on PC, because most people that wanted to play it already played it. I'm not quite sure about Intergalactic being a console seller. We've seen nothing of Intergalactic. Nothing. That's like saying the new Peter Pan that doesn't exist yet is a console seller. You've literally seen nothing of Intergalactic to say it's a console seller. Pleasure's Blazing. You seen the new dinosaur series coming to Netflix in March? No. So, you know, I think Sony eventually will probably start to look at games in that eye. because they're just leaving money on the table. I don't see them releasing it day and date on other platforms like Switch or Xbox. Probably not ever. But I do see them at some point, especially with the ones that aren't system sellers. There's really no reason for them not to do that because they're just leaving money on the table. No, don't get me wrong. I think Naughty Dog make good games, but with Intergalactic, you've seen nothing. And if history has told us anything, relying on companies to repeat past successes is not a good thing. Don't overhype it because everyone can fail historically. Welcome to High God. They should make animated Peter Pan game like the Disney cartoon. I knew someone would want Peter Pan. Well, if it's a crap game, they won't admit it and pretend it's the best thing since sliced bread. Yeah. Alright, that was a low blow. I get it. Throwing it in there. I mean, once we see what Intergalactic actually is, then we can talk about it. But wasn't it, what is it, Neil Druckmann, about halfway through last year, he said they hadn't even started on the storyboarding of the game yet. They hadn't started writing the story for the game. How do you build something without the story? If you have no sense of direction. He said now that he's done with what he was doing with The Last of Us, now he could start with directing and writing the script for Intergalactic. So that is far away, man. Intergalactic is very far away. It's not even worth talking about. But hey, who knows? Maybe they made great progress, and the state of play that may or may not come next week will have Intergalactic there. Maybe they'll have more than just a CGI image. How do you know? Ahmed, that's what I'm asking. How do you know? We literally know nothing about the game outside of some woman jumping up with a blade and attacking a creature on a planet. What do we actually know about Intergalactic? Like, do you know what sort of game it is? Is it an open world game? Is it a zone-based game? Is it an RPG? Is it a hack and slash? You know, what is it? Is it like a Western style RPG where you get multiple choices? What is the game? To say it's going to be epic when we don't know anything about it, it's because Naughty Dog makes it. That means nothing, man. You look at all of these games made by veterans of yesteryear's greatest games ever, and they flop. People need to get over this. Just because they made a great game before doesn't mean they're going to make a great game now. Naughty Dog had layoffs as well. Great people could have been let go, so the people that are there might not be the same people that made the great games. By the way, what did happen to those? Do you remember they were saying that Microsoft was going to have layoffs in January? Everyone was saying Microsoft was going to lay off people. Whatever happened to that? I'm not even trying to be a dick about it either. I'm just saying I'm just tired of that. We believe in this company because X, Y, and Z reason. I've been disappointed by companies so many times now. Until I see the game, I'm just not making any judgment. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying wait until you see it. There's no point in hyping it. Rocksteady, for example, they made Arkham games, one of the greatest games out there, and then you got Suicide Squad. Fable might suck. No one knows until it's out. 100%. It looks impressive. It looks good. But once we start playing it, it could actually suck. I'm just not going to sit there and say a game is great, especially when we haven't seen anything. Take it easy, gaming. Have a good night, and thanks for stopping by, dude. Metroid Prime 4 Beyond is completely absent in Nintendo's financial report. Combined, it might have sold over 1 million units, but it didn't individually on either Switch or Switch 2. So the Switch has, what, 155 million consoles sold, and the Switch 2 has 17 million. So, you know, we're talking like 170 million console plus, and it couldn't break 1 million. I don't think we're going to see another Metroid for a long time. And look, before anyone says I hate Sony games, you all know my thoughts on The Last of Us 2, right? A lot of people didn't like it. A lot of people didn't like the fact that Joel died in there and, you know, the direction it took. But you all know my opinion on The Last of Us Part 2. I ain't even going to say anything. Honestly, someone put it in chat before people think that I just hate PlayStation. Anyone but Steve, because I know he's just going to lie. Metroid is not a niche game, man. You think of Nintendo and Metroid is up there. Come on, let's be real. There is no way that Metroid is a niche game. The other Metroid games sold amazingly well. No game is guaranteed to be a banger until it's out and people get it in front of them. 100%. No, I've already said my opinion multiple times on Tinu. Shut up, Bruno. How does that make me a pony? No, but I enjoyed The Last of Us 2. There were aspects of it I didn't like, but overall I thought it was a good game. I enjoyed it. The story, everything in terms of it, you know? I enjoyed the journey. So, you know, when people turn around and say, oh, you just hate it because it's a PlayStation game. No. If I like a game, I like it. I don't just shit on games for the sake of shitting on games. I wouldn't say Returnal is good if I didn't like it. Look, Bruno, we know that you're a pony. That's fine. Metroid is a niche game. Splatoon is a bigger franchise. It never used to be, man. See? We brothers. Why did you have to expose yourself like that? I have to put up with a pony brother. Maybe. But yeah, I think this is I don't think we're going to see another Metroid for a long time. I actually bought it, so I did buy Metroid sitting over there. I still haven't played it, but I did buy it day one with the intention to play it. So I probably should sit down and start playing it after I finish a couple of other games that I'm playing. But yeah. I think what Nintendo really should have done is release the other They released Metroid Prime. They really should have released Metroid Prime 2 and 3 as well before Prime 4 came along. So people could have got the whole picture, the whole story. But they didn't do that, and that's really strange. They remastered Prime 1. They should have done that for Prime 2 and 3. Yeah, but that's if you go back to like the GameCube day, the GameCube, Game Boy Advance, DS, 3DS, Metroid was king, man. Whatever happened when it even on the Wii it was fine. Whatever happened after the Wii. Maybe the Wii U. I mean, they did release that really bad Metroid Hunters game. Maybe that's what put people off. That PvP game. I mean, I hope they do. I know this wasn't well received, so I'm hoping for more Metroid. But it is what it is, man. Sadness. But yes, for those of you that... I know some people have already pre-ordered it, but you can now pre-order it. It is €47.99, I guess, cents. If that's what you're saying. Pre-order for June the 3rd, and you can play it. It doesn't say if it's a Play Anywhere title. Is it really not a Play Anywhere title? So the first one was a Play Anywhere, but this one isn't? That inconsistency that Microsoft has is so weird. They had that demo for Metroid as well, right? Is that for real? Like, Final Rebirth is not Play Anywhere. Yeah, it's not. Maybe it will be at some point. No, I know it's not up to Microsoft, but considering how much they're pushing Play Anywhere, you'd think that this would be one of them. Considering Remake is Play Anywhere, right? So why wouldn't Rebirth be? It is, it says on the trailer. There's an Xbox trailer? Let's have a look. Because like I said, I don't see like these games... I don't see it profit-wise in a game like this ultimately mattering. Let's have a look. It's a minute.
Sephiroth was in Midgar. We fought him. Whatever happened, he's alive.
Just look at it all. It's so green.
Green!
You coming?
He wants to finish what he started. He wants to reclaim his birth.
She really wants to know, huh?
And rule over the planet with Jenova at his side.
Cloud, remember what you told Keen attack back there?
Okay. Kate Sif's voice is weird. There's Sid.
Problem is, Sephiroth stole the black materia, meaning he could destroy the entire planet any minute.
Your day of reckoning is here. Yet, you
There's
need
Mickey
not
Mouse.
be afraid. This is but a
Wait, wrong game.
You saved me before. Now it's my turn.
Whatever happens, I'm here for you.
Ready?
There you are.
Sephiroth!
It is Play Anywhere. Unless that's a mistake, but it is Play Anywhere. Okay, so weird why it's not on their website. Even when I'm looking on the website, it's not there. This is the actual site, so I guess they just haven't updated it yet. But it is £40 here in the UK. And if you want the Rebirth Digital Deluxe Edition, it is currently $51.99. And you get all of these DLC bundles with it. A revamped Overwatch will get a proper Switch 2 version very soon. It looks like Microsoft is getting prepared to push everything over to Switch 2 that they can. I appreciate it, Anime. And Vince. This isn't Kingdom Knights? Of course it's not. Kingdom Hearts 4 is a myth. It's never coming. It's a figment of your imagination. We do have a bit more information on that game, Hunter's Gathering. It's a free-player co-op, multiple game modes. Choose from a roster of hunters, campaign with new stories in the Horizon universe. There's a closed playtest late February that people can maybe join. And it's coming to PC, PS5, and PC with full crossplay. See, again, this is the sort of game that I think should go everywhere. Because it's a multiplayer game, you want as many people playing it as possible. It's silly not to. And this is the last bit of news that I have. Sony CFO Lin Tao says they are already in a position to secure the minimum quantity of memory to manage until the end of this year's holiday sales period. Says they will continue to negotiate with suppliers for memory to meet demand and will minimize the impact of rising memory costs in two ways. So that's not to say that the price for the console isn't going up, but they're going to try to minimize it. So the price will go up. They're going to prioritize monetization of the current install base, which basically means they're going to milk the current install base. So this will probably mean something like PlayStation Plus price increase and stuff like that. So expect a PlayStation Plus price increase for all three tiers so they can kind of pass those savings on to new customers. So the existing customers are essentially getting milked for the sake of new customers. That sounds nice. And further expanding their software and network services revenue, which means they're going to push their games out to other platforms. Further expanding their software. I mean, it's already on PC, so they can't really further expand there. And the games are going there anyway, so this only means that it's either they're going to put more games on Nintendo Switch 2 and Xbox, or both. I still haven't finished Remake yet on Xbox. I will this weekend. Nice! It's a good game. I enjoyed it. I haven't finished... I started Rebirth, but I never really got into it. Take it easy, Steve. What do you mean, like, Baldy? How dare you? Look, they're still calling me... Stop laughing over there! I'm getting literally abused over here and you're laughing? Goddamn woman. Have you laughed enough yet? This is your fault. I am getting this abuse because of you. Just Still laughing at me. See, Woodpit says, "How dare you?" Damn right. But yeah, I think this is kind of a bit harsh that they're going to prioritize monetization of their current install base in order to think. And this, the only way that they can really prioritize the monetizing the install base is two ways, right? Increasing the price of Plus, Essential, and Premium, and increasing the prices of games. That's really the only two ways that they can do it. And this one over here, further expanding their software and networked service revenues, which basically means putting their games on and services on other platforms. So they're already looking at it, and by doing that, they're hoping to minimize the cost of the console. Which is interesting. Interesting indeed. We could technically, yeah. Essentially, that's what it's looking like. It's looking like they want to try and keep the console as low as possible because that's how they're going to get more people into their store. And so they might be willing to push games onto other platforms to make the revenue that way, because porting games is cheaper than, you know, and an easier way to do things. What's your thoughts on Crimson Desert? Crimson Desert looks weird, right? That game is either going to be the best thing since sliced bread, or it's going to be a real massive flop. I don't think it's going to have a middle ground. I think people are either going to absolutely love that game, or it's going to just fall flat on its face. Are you still laughing? I'm going to have to put up with this all night. Looks interesting. It's just a weird theme. Which one? The... What's the weird theme? By the way, has anyone... I know I streamed it the other day, a game called Wicked Seed. I'm not sure if it's available on Xbox or PlayStation. I was playing it off Steam. There's a demo out for it. I highly recommend you check it out. It's actually a pretty good game. I ended up buying it because I really liked the demo. I think BDO is doing it a lot more disservice than anything else. I think that the team are trying to distance it as much away from Black Desert, and I really think they should have just changed the name entirely. But they wanted something close to the IP, I'm guessing, to make people be, oh, Crimson Desert, is this a sequel to Black Desert? So I kind of understand why they kept that name, but I think it's actually doing more to harm the game than it is actually benefiting it. I mean, it's a Western RPG, right? Well, Korean RPG, but it looks like a Western RPG. Yeah, I get that. Chat, you guys need to help me out. These two are still laughing at me because of you guys. I feel betrayed. I feel so betrayed. You see? I like that woodpit. I like it. Nothing happened. We don't even have to talk about it. It's fine. Anything else anyone wants to talk about? That's not that topic. Devastator, stop. Alright. Next person to say it needs to super chat. Ah, see, I got you now. Check DMs. I think you sent me a video last time, didn't you? If I'm not mistaken. You did. Okay, let's check out this video and we can call it after this video. I ain't going bald. Yeah, but I ain't going bald. I've got perfectly long hair. I'm gonna tie a ponytail for the next stream. Shut up!
Okay, Mr. Cascade here. They were talking about.
You watch, I'm gonna have a ponytail ready for next stream. I'm being abused by chat. I'm being abused by my partner. This is just not fair. I ain't even getting paid for this abuse. Yeah, but anime, I have hair. Look, that one strand that you see here, I still got it. Silent Hill Homecoming stream. People wanted me to check out what is it? Space Marine. So I was thinking of playing through Space Marine. It's a small game anyway. It's like 8 hours long, so 2 streams worth. And then maybe we can do Silent Hill Homecoming after that. You can hear her giggling. What hair are you going to put into a ponytail? You see how I'm looking at you? Alright, let's check out this before I get any more insults. Have a good night, Ghosty. Want to call you Chaos Tone, but it's a bit of a inside joke. That is how I feel right now. Did you know a Turtle game is made by the Space Marine 2 devs? I did not. Alright. Let's see what's going on here.
Xbox, because they just did a very deep dive interview that I think they said stuff they shouldn't have said. Basically saying that the entire Xbox brand is just dead, and even going third party isn't actually going to save it. Now, this...
They didn't. We went through this on Tuesday. They said nothing like that.
This is from the people at Obsidian. Obsidian Games is pretty much the only Xbox studio that's really putting stuff out. You could talk about Hellblade or Gears of War or Halo and stuff, but really, who's putting out the actual games? That's Obsidian. Games like Pentiment, Grounded, Outer Worlds, right? They're putting out games. Avowed. Obsidian is the only people making Xbox games, and they just did a very long Bloomberg interview where they straight up said that it just doesn't work. At this point...
So... I mean, we're already 47 seconds in, and this guy is just doing nothing but lying. Literally lying. I think I've already got the thing that he's talking about. Let me see. And this is why I generally don't watch this guy, because he just lies so much. Like, literally, his whole existence is a lie. Let me see if I've got it. This is the tweet. Right? This is the tweet that he's referring to. Grounded 2 was a big hit. Avowed and Outer Worlds failed to meet expectations. And Microsoft enacted a 30% profit target, even though Microsoft said they didn't. It turns out Microsoft wasn't being very truthful about this, because they have. And this is why they're putting games on PlayStation, because the 12% or 15% target, profit target, which most companies have, all companies in fact, is attainable, but 30% is really high. And so they're having to release games on other platforms. But what is he even talking about at this point?
Nobody's buying Xbox games. Even when you put Xbox games onto other platforms, they seem to bomb. It's a very bad predicament that I think still spells there's not only not going to be a next-gen Xbox, I don't even think there's going to be a third-party Xbox soon. But let me explain, because there...
No, you don't need to explain. You're just chatting shit. I mean, you guys weren't even listening to that, were you? Just listen to this, and then I think I'm done with this guy already. Just listen to this.
Nobody's buying Xbox games. Even when you put Xbox games onto other platforms, they seem to bomb. It's a very bad predicament that I think still spells there's not only not going to be a next-gen Xbox, I don't even think there's going to be a third-party Xbox soon. But let me explain.
There's no reason. I mean, literally already, he's lying out of his teeth just to Xbox bad. It's such a... you can already see where his video's going. Was the Nintendo Partner Showcase was trash? Nintendo Showcase was great. But, Obsidian already said that releasing 3 games in 1 year was a bad choice. And when you look at all the games that came out last year, there were some good games there, but none of those games that came out were great. And that's a problem with Microsoft, right? They need to push for great, not thing. If any one of you actually watched Mark Darrah's Anthem breakdown, it's a 4-hour video, quite long, but he actually talks about when you're building a game, the target that people aim for in terms of Metacritic. And aiming for a 90% in Metacritic is actually really dangerous. It also means that you need a lot more financial budget and time in order to hit that. But if you miss the 90 Metacritic, it can hit you really badly. And then they also spoke about how, publications also give you a lower score because of political reasons, and though it shouldn't matter, it factors in the overall score, and games with a lower Metacritic generally sell less. So companies generally aim for that 80 score, and if they can get it within that 80 score, it's a lot more comfortable, a lot less crunch, and the budgets are more attainable. But if you're aiming for that 80, you're not going for greatness. And whether you're looking at The Outer Worlds 2, Avowed, South of Midnight, and South of Midnight was a really good game. I really enjoyed that game. I recommend it to anyone that likes platform games. I don't see anything that came out last year on Xbox to be a system seller. And what they need is a game that stands out above the rest. A game that basically sings on its own. But they didn't have that last year. But they will have that this year, whether it's from Fable, hopefully anyway, or Gears E-Day if it's not delayed till 2027, or Forza Horizon 6, and I keep forgetting the fourth one. There's one more. Oh, Halo Campaign Evolved. But that's a remake, right, of the original game, so I don't think many are going to be that thing. So it's so disingenuous of him when he starts off with that sort of rhetoric, when he already knows that what he's saying is lies. Grounded 2 was really good. I just don't like building games. But, you know, when I was playing multiplayer with Steve, he already had his camp built, or he was doing the building for me. So we were going exploring and fighting giant bugs and going into caves and dwellings and stuff like that, clearing them out. That was great fun. Reading about the lore and the story and seeing it unfold, that was really good. But the building aspect of it, I just really did not enjoy. Because I don't enjoy that. But Grounded 2 is a good game. But you're just not going to, you know, Microsoft kind of needs to move past that. But look, if you're asking me personally, why did we see 3 Obsidian games release in 1 year? It's because of Game Pass. Microsoft didn't have anything to fill those gaps in, so they kind of had to push them out. I think Avowed needed another year. And if they pushed that to another year, they could have used some of that resources to fix some of the blandness that was in The Outer Worlds. But by pushing all 3 games out in 1 year, they kind of sacrificed quality on all of them. And so what you have now is Obsidian basically being told they can't really work on an Outer Worlds 3 because it didn't sell very well. Pillars of Eternity era kind of is popular, so they still want more stuff there. Avowed seems to have done better than the Outer Worlds, so they're kind of working on the Pillars of Eternity era of gaming now. So it is what it is, but this is just so bullshit.
Because there is a lot to go through. Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could please give this video about the Xbox time period, because we are in this era where games are coming out. Like High on Life 2 is technically an Xbox game. I mean, isn't that one of their studios? You are getting...
No, it's not. Do you see what I mean? It's not. I mean, to be fair, I thought it was as well, but I would have done some research on it. That's why I asked last stream, is High on Life an Xbox studio? It is not. Like, this guy doesn't even do any of his research, and yet he's over here crapping on Xbox for a game that isn't and made by an Xbox studio. Pentiment was actually a pretty good game. I'm about 4 hours into it, I think. I don't know why I really stopped it. I was playing it on the handheld, to be fair, but then I just stopped. But I should go back to it. It's not that big of a game. That explains why I like State of Decay. Hey, look, State of Decay definitely has its audience. But to my understanding, State of Decay doesn't really have a campaign. And I need a campaign. I feel like his reviews are bullshit and he's never played the game. Well, I can tell you that some of the games that he's reviewed, I know for a fact that he never received the code. Like 100%. I've been told point blank by community management that they did not send him a code. I know that for a fact. So either someone else is providing him with video footage and he's just making it up as he goes along, or someone else is basically giving him access to their Xbox or PS5 or their account, and he's logging in that way and playing it that way. But there's no way that he's actually been given access to some of the games, because they've told me point blank he's not received anything. In fact, he's actually blacklisted because of how he is as a person when it comes to his YouTube content. I know this for a fact because I've been told by not one, not two, but multiple community managers. Right? I've been told this straight point blank, that he's been blacklisted by a number of studios. They want nothing to do with him because he's just a toxic piece of shit who does nothing but lie. In fact, another one that actually gets named quite often that I hear is for reasons of unknown, really, because he doesn't really do anything in terms of reviews, is Nib. He gets name dropped a bit as well. But he specifically, you know, they do not like him. He is not liked.
Stuff occasionally. Avowed came out last year, although nobody really cares about it. Why is that coming soon to Game Pass when it came out forever ago? But
see, he's so stupid. Coming soon to Game Pass, it says premium here, not ultimate. So it's like this whole, we're already 1 minute and 34 seconds into this video, and he's just making it up as he goes along. Do you guys still really want me to go through this video? Like, he's literally just making it up as he's going along. He doesn't know High on Life is not an Xbox game studio. He doesn't know anything about the different tiers of Xbox and thinks premium gets games day and date. Like, it's literally so bad. I think Avowed had problems, right? And you could see it was rushed. You know, stuff like not being able to hit wildlife, not being able to break certain barrels. I guarantee you with the anniversary update, all of this is going to be fixed. It may already be fixed, but they're going to add a lot more of that stuff into it because they just didn't have the time. You could see where Avowed was rushed, and it paid the price of it being rushed. But Microsoft... Do you remember that time when... I made that video about Forza Motorsport, and I said the reason why Forza Motorsport came out in the state that it did was because of Game Pass. It's a subscription service, and they needed to fill that gap. And so they basically had to push it, whether it was ready or not, with the notion that they will update it and fix it later and get it sorted. Sadly, it never came to that, because the game just died instantly. I feel like that's what happened here. Because with a subscription service, you need to fill the spots up with certain games, with a certain caliber of games, and they've already promised and they have to deliver. So I feel like some of these were literally forced out the door because they had to go out. I got a lot of backlash for that, and I got a lot of hate for that, I know at the time, but I'm still going to stand by that. I'm not saying Game Pass is bad, but the nature of a subscription service is if you don't continue content coming to the subscription, people will leave. They won't stay subscribed. They will stop subscribing. So you kind of need to keep a steady flow of content coming. Netflix is the same. Hulu is the same. They're all the same. If you don't have content that you want to watch, you will leave. And so they kind of have to push content out in order to keep you subscribed. That isn't me being negative here. It's just, it's the way of subscriptions. Starfield got tanked, man. That got tanked. They needed something else to fill that spot. if another game came out that did like 90 Metacritic and it was being sung the praises, you wouldn't have seen Forza Motorsport come out. But the way the media and social media, journalists all turned on Starfield, mate, it was like someone literally decided to, well, I'm not going to say it on stream, I'll probably get clipped for it, but you understand what I'm saying, right? It's almost like it was, you know, it was so bad. It's like Microsoft did the most unthinkable, horrendous thing you could ever do in the history of, you know, the human race. The way Starfield was treated is unfathomably crazy. And half of, you know, way over half of that shit was not deserved. The tutorial being too long, definitely, is a factor. I agree with that. But the game was nowhere near as bad as people were saying. Loads of people were enjoying it, but people were crapping on it. You even had people jumping onto, what's his name? Jaffe's stream. You remember that guy who was basically outright shitting on Starfield, and then Jaffe caught him because he was talking about Death Stranding? He never played it. Jaffe spoke about the intro to Death Stranding 1. And it was the guy on the phone was going, yeah, man, it was just rubbish, man. And then Jaffe turns around and goes, yeah, but that's Death Stranding. What the hell are you talking about? You haven't played the game. And it was like, no, I played it. People were literally just wanted Starfield to fail. Mando, I think it is. I think the next Xbox is going to be a curated system. It's not going to be a full open Windows. You know, based on what Epic have asked and what Epic have said, this now tells you that the next Xbox isn't going to be a full open PC. It's going to be curated. You're going to have a console experience, but it will run PC games through those other stores. So, I mean, Valve being on there is going to be a no-brainer. They like money. And Epic is going to be on there as well.
Point is the fact that, just in general, it feels like we're now in this era of negative hype. People are actually so anti-Xbox that even a lot of the developers and stuff don't want to be associated with the brand. Like, consider the fact that during the era of Xbox One versus PlayStation 4, of course the PS4 completely slaughtered the Xbox, but last gen, it did feel like whether games were good or whether games were bad, people like Sony and Microsoft, they would be very clear about their successes, about their failures. When a game like Hi-Fi Rush bombed, Sony would talk about it. When Xbox came out with something that was a huge, huge success, they would talk about it. Whereas now, it feels like
Sony spoke about Hi-Fi Rush?
There's this secrecy. Xbox is not talking sales numbers. They don't really report anything. And it seems like, honestly, even their fans at this point just don't want to talk Xbox. There was a report that came out from the Game Developers Conference that nobody wants to make Xbox games. They want to make PC games. They, of course, want to make PlayStation 5 games. And people are excited about the Nintendo Switch too. Nobody cares at all about Xbox. Now,
that's not entirely true. They still had 20%. 20% is better than 0%. But it's clear the only platform that people really care about is PC. 80% is ridiculous. But PC is the only platform people care about. I'm happy Xbox has stopped talking because they don't need to talk. Maybe he confused Gravity Rush with Raychii. That's probably true. But what I'm saying is this guy doesn't even know what he's talking about anymore. I genuinely don't think he knows what he's talking about. There's already like 5 errors that he's made in this video, and it's already 2 minutes and 43 seconds. Like, it's ridiculous. Kelton, then they could put Left 4 Dead back in the store again, since it was delisted. Is Left 4 Dead not in the store? I mean, I probably wouldn't know because I already have it. Why would they delist Left 4 Dead? That doesn't make any sense. No, Left 4 Dead Game of the Year edition is on, unless you mean on Xbox, but it's on Steam. I think I'm going to play through the story, Calandros, on Saturday, before I jump into, what is it? Space Marine. So I think on Saturday I'm going to try and get through the story. Let me know how long it is. Maybe I can finish it in one stream. I think the reason why it's not available is because the backwards compatibility is because of Nvidia. A lot of the games that were backwards compatible weren't able to work on the current Xbox, not because that they couldn't work, but Nvidia wanted a licensing fee, a stake from those games that were running with Nvidia-esque drivers or had Nvidia plugins and stuff, and so Microsoft said, no, we're not paying you. So a huge portion of those games that don't work backwards compatible is because of Nvidia. People crap on Epic for exclusivity, yet Steam has many exclusives. I know, Raychii. I've got nothing wrong with Epic. I mean, yes, but the tools in there still need the Nvidia licensing.
Truly let this sink in. These people are the people making games. This is the entirety of it. You know, the old Xbox got no games. This is it, baby. This is literally the nail in the coffin to prove that Xbox as a brand is never, ever coming back. But even let's talk about this fiscally, right? Okay, maybe Xbox console sales are down. Nobody's buying Xbox controllers. Nobody's subscribing to Game Pass.
Well, based on Take-Two, they're about 45 to 50 million, so that's not too shabby.
Maybe they could bounce back next generation. Well,
look, the next generation console isn't going to sell in the hundreds of millions. I think everyone knows this. It's going to be at least around, I mean, it's going to be around £1,000, I reckon. 800 to £1,000 easy. The next console, it's not going to be designed to be a mass seller. Like, if people are expecting that, don't. But it is going to be a powerful device that's going to run your PC games and your console games. And it's going to run your native Xbox games. So it's going to be like another Xbox in your home. It's just so weird that he, like, even like where he's trying to talk about the facts, he's just lying about them. Leaf, it's going to be based on the leaks, it's going to be really powerful, dude. It's going to be a very powerful machine. Going to do when the best place to play GTA 6 will be the next gen Xbox. I mean, as long as the next-gen Xbox actually allows the Series X games to utilize that power that comes from the machine, then, yeah, it's definitely going to be the best place to play it. I think a lot of people aren't going to be able to afford it. I think a lot of people are going to be getting it on finance. But you've got 2 years to save up for it, right? If you put aside a bit of money every month from now, just put it away in a little place. That's what I do anyway. I just put a little bit of money aside every month and make do that way. Left 4 Dead is great, but the problem is it's playable even today. Like, my kid jumps into it every now and then, and they've got, like, different, you know, all their custom servers and stuff. And it's still a lot of fun to play, and it is fully playable, and it still looks fine. It has aged really well. Will devs have enough time with the toolkit? With what toolkit? If you're referring to the GTA statement I made, they don't even have to. You could just do it at a brute force. As long as they don't cap it. If they don't cap the frame rate, if they don't cap the performance, hard capping it by variably locking it, and just say, right, if your machine can do this, then let it do it, then that's all they really need to do. They can set that hard cap to 120 FPS, and anything from 0 to 120 you can do. But if they set that hard cap to 30, you can have the Rolls Royce of graphics cards in there. You're still doing 30 FPS.
Apparently not. So in this interview, this is the people at the top of Obsidian Entertainment. Apparently Grounded 2 sold good. Avowed and Outer Worlds 2 completely bombed. They spent 6 years on each, and they sold maybe 10,000 copies. I mean, these were...
10,000? I can't be bothered with this guy. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm sorry, chat. I mean, do you guys really want me to continue? If you do, I will. But I can't do it with this guy, man. Like, 10,000 copies? Like, what bullshit is that, man? Come on. Come on. That's like total... That's total horse shit. 10,000 copies. Really? 10,000 copies. Like, that's just... I don't even know what to say to that, man. And don't forget, right? This was the guy, right? This was the guy who turned round after begging people to save him and support him while he was dying with his teeth situation. He turned round and started making fun of those people that lost their jobs over at Windows Central. Tom's Hardware. He was making fun of them. That's how low life this guy actually is. I will never make fun of people losing their jobs. Right? I will not do that. I was sad when, you know, Concord shut down and those people lost their jobs. I was sad when Forspoken got cancelled. I actually really enjoyed that game. And they decided that it was done. What sort of a human being makes fun of people when they lose their jobs, when they go jobless? Now, don't get me wrong. Being made redundant and losing your job, I was made redundant at Christmas. It happens, right? I'm not going to sit there and wail about it and cry about it. It's something that happens, and that's why I've decided to give YouTube a full-time whack, right? I'm doing it for 3-4 months to see if I can make this a full-time gig. If I can't, then I'm going to decide where I go from there. But it's a fact of life. You know, you don't sit there and make fun of people that lose their jobs. But this guy sits there and makes fun of people that lose their jobs. And, like, how do you do that? Like, how do you sit there and look in the mirror and say to yourself that I did a really good thing today by making fun of people who might not be able to pay their mortgages, who might not be able to put food on their table, who might be kicked out of their homes tomorrow? How do you actually sit there and look at yourself and think like any of that is rational thinking? But that's how this guy is. And he really pisses me off. I don't know what I'm going to do, Leaf. I don't know if I'm going to cut down on the time, because obviously I'm going to have to return to work and do something. And, see where my life goes from there. But that's why I'm kind of doing like a lot of videos now, where videos are possible, because there's no point in making a video if there's no content. And also, doing a lot of the Let's Plays, hoping that, somehow kicks off. And just trying to provide entertaining content and see where it goes, right? Now that I've lost my job, it's a perfect time to give it a go. And then I'll assess where it goes from there. That's why the other day I was asking if there's any other content you guys want to see on this channel. I can make it work. I've got the time to do it now. I've got the time to invest and time to make do. But yeah, this guy really, really just pisses me off. Because he's that sort of guy that doesn't care. And though people may be losing their jobs doesn't affect any single one of us, there's a human element to it, man. Don't make fun of it. You don't have to care, but sitting there and saying, good, I hope that it's great that they've lost their jobs. The fuck is wrong with you? Resident Evil 9 will make sales they want to. Resident Evil 9 is going to sell well. It looks great. I'm excited for Resident Evil 9. Karma did come for him. People bailed him out. Karma did come for him. Just people bailed him out. And the problem is, he didn't learn a single damn thing from it. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. I mean, I couldn't even get through, 4 minutes of that video before I raged. 4 minutes. I couldn't get through 4... Can you imagine? 4 minutes I couldn't get through before I lost my shit. Now, what I actually need is some good old games with waifus in there. That will make the world go round. What? You can hear it all you want. When are you going to start cosplaying? Another thing is gamers are tired of activists putting... yeah, I agree with that, Mando. I agree with that. And I think we're seeing less of that now. I think companies are realizing that putting political statements and ideologies into your games and political views isn't working. And I think you're seeing that. Well, the gaming industry is seeing that. And that's why we're starting to see a shift from that. And I think that's a good thing. Because, I don't think it was needed. I don't think the way they went about it was a good way. I'm not against representation in gaming. But it went from one scale to one extreme to the other extreme. They just couldn't find a nice balance. They needed to find an equilibrium and they couldn't do it. And the world decided to go from one extreme to the other. There's a saying, right? If you make a game trying to please everyone, you please no one. Know your audience and make the game for your audience. That's it. If you want to make money, you will follow that principle. If you don't want to make money, you will not follow that principle. I haven't. Brick. I've heard there's some controversy in NTE though, with a couple of the characters causing a storm. But that's all I heard about NTE. That's why everything feels so safe, pretty much. Sorry, man, I didn't mean to go off on a rant like that. I did not mean to go off on a tangent like that, but he just really, really irritates me. Like, really, really gets under my skin. If it's not just his lies, it's just the way he purposefully just is just a horrible, horrible person. controversy of the fable. You can be a male or female character. That's what people wanted, right? So that's all fine. I didn't kind of want to end it on a sour note like that. Oh, here's something. We can, Oh, looks like I messed up. I actually closed the whole tab. That's what I wanted. New Nintendo statement. Recently, we incorrectly stated that the Virtual Boy Nintendo Classics game library will be compatible with the Nintendo Labo or Labo VR goggles. However, the Labo or Labo VR goggles are not officially supported for the re-releases. So Labo is, or Labo, however you pronounce it, will apparently not work with this, with the Virtual Boy stuff, which is a little sad. Yeah, pretty much with it. Gamers right out said they're tired of ugly characters and want beautiful characters. I think there's a difference between having the characters that Smash JT is trying to get into gaming and characters that look good. Like if you look at characters like Sayori from Ninja Gaiden 4, she looks amazing. She looks really good. But then you look at the fake BS stuff that Smash JT is trying to push into gaming and Grums is trying to push into gaming and his cronies, and they look absolutely poor. They look crap. And they're not worth it. But then you've got some other games where you don't need them to be wearing a bikini running around because it just doesn't contextually make sense. If you want to unlock that, if they want to put that skin into the game and unlock it and whatnot, and then you can use that, fine. But sometimes it just doesn't make sense to have, you know, a size G boobs and running around in a thong and stuff like that. It just doesn't make any sense. And so, you know, they need to find the right balance, like I said. And they haven't found it. Well, they're starting to find it. People self-reporting then, there must be an idiot virus going around, but the FPS mode looks good. What's that, Brick? Oh, you're talking about NTE. I'm saying, Andrew, they don't want to look at... No, I totally get that. I totally get that. Battlefield, did you know Indiana Jones is full physical car? I did. That car is expensive, by the way, Leaf. I think that cartridge costs the publishers £12, or is it £11 per game? So they lose that per sale by putting it on there. Unless Nintendo reduced the price, but as of Q4 last year, that was the price of those cartridges. Lara Croft looked fine. But yeah, I think you're right. I'm just don't give that guy any attention. And then we are good. It looks like Astro Cyborg was banned. That's going to cause a bunch of channels a problem that rely on his content to make content. that's gonna kind of suck for some people, right? Alright, that's basically everything I got for today. I'm not going to be around tomorrow. Do you know what? No, what time are we leaving for your birthday tomorrow? Five something? So if I'm not busy tomorrow, I might go live for like a couple of hours, maybe 2-3 hours. It's going to be limited time because we've got the birthday to prepare for, which we're going out for. So during the day, it's going to be early during the day. So if I've got time, I will go live a bit early tomorrow for a Let's Play. Again, those streams are going into a playlist and they're going unlisted because the views are really low at the moment and the number of people turning up. But, you know, they'll be live, so feel free to turn up to those. Otherwise, I'll see some of you on Saturday where we either finish the Withering Waves campaign or start Space Marine 2. Hey, Woodpit said happy birthday to you. He's the only one that defended me all day today. Astro Cyborg is someone who basically goes around everyone's streams except mine and clips what they say for content for other people. Alright, that's it. I had a great time. Sorry for the rant at the end. Well, maybe you guys enjoyed my rant at the end. But that's it. I'm out. Thanks so much for the sub, whoever did subscribe. We're at 84. And yeah, maybe we'll do like a challenge for this member stuff. See if we can sort something out. I'm probably not going to like the solution, but we'll do. No bull talk or birthday cancelled. That's right. We don't talk about bull people. I'm not bald. Have a good night, everyone. Peace out and remain legend. Stop it. You know I'm still seeing chat.